Hey, this is stream number 290. I had to type hey guys myself to start the stream. Feels bad, man. Anyway, I'm going to be working today on the game that I've been working on for more than a year. That probably I'll be working on a year from now, but hopefully it will be more of a game a year from now than it is. So I'm sort of in the midst of refactoring and improving the game engine, so to speak. And I'm doing this mostly because I needed a break from the more difficult parts of the engine, doing pathfinding and caching to reduce performance of pathfinding and all that. So this is not so complicated work, but it needs to be done. The game I'm working on has an in-game ticket system, and right now it's very crude in that when I connect to the game, which I'll show you, well, let me do here. And let me show you with the debug view and do that again. And let me undock this and show you one of the WebSocket connections to the game. Oh, I have 4 servers running. I forgot about that. Anyway, pick any one of these. One of the largest messages you'll see in the game is the one that's giving all the information about the in-game ticket system. I need to find where it is. Oh, that's right. I was in the middle of changing it, so we won't see it. Interesting. So I can't really show you on the production server because it would give away secrets. But just take my word for it that when the front end of my game connects to the back end, these messages that go over the WebSocket to get data from the game, one of the largest messages by far, especially in the production server, is the one that's downloading the entire ticket system. And yeah, this isn't going to show anything, is it? So just imagine that there's a big list here, especially in production where there are 700 tickets. There will be a lot of data transferred, like basically right when you start connecting, and it's the entire database. So you can imagine how that's not going to be scalable. I wanted to really just download the information that we need in the front end, depending on its state. So, for example, if we're not looking at the tickets at all, why should we be downloading anything, right? When we flip to the ticket screen, we don't need to see all the details of every ticket. We just need enough to populate this summary table. So the ID, the type, state, reporter, last change, status, and description of every ticket, but not the complete history or any of the other details that are missing from this table. If I were to click on a ticket and show details, I'd want to just see what's all the information from the selected ticket and not other tickets. So I started working on this yesterday. Hold on, how do I show this? Yeah, so instead of just telling the server, hey, I want to subscribe to ticket information, now the client is going to set a query to the server. And right at the first, I just decided I would keep it simple. So the only queries, let's go see what the queries were. Subs. No, it was tickets. This one. The only query that you can do right now is the summary query. But you can imagine I'll add another query, details, and then a ticket number. And what we expect the server to give us back is just overall information about the tickets and not like all the details of every ticket. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. Thank you for the raid. Your raid message was the first message today in my channel. That's how kind of quiet it is today. Seems like it's a quiet day. How are you doing, Mr. Halsey? What were you streaming about? Woot, your woot is the first non-raid message. Hey, and my hate back to you is the first reply. Not counting stream elements, that is. Yeah, so this is work I have to do. It's maybe not the most glorious, but getting coffee? Sounds good to me. Or should I do the double thumbs up? You're doing an MMO server too in Rust? Ooh. I have a Rust command. Museon is always streaming Rust stuff. I don't know if you know him or not, but he's always doing random projects in Rust. So maybe I should add your name to the Rust command. Let's do that. Why not? We'll edit com Rust. And I'll say Raymond doesn't know Rust, but he knows of 2 streamers who do. And I'll put yours first. Check out Mr. Halsey. https www.twitch.tv/Mr. Halsey, who is making an MMO server in Rust. Also, here we go. Okay, so now the Rust command will feature Mr. Halsey in it, who's making an MMO server in Rust. There you go. He's been a great mentor to you. Sounds like you two are like the premier Rust streamers. Hey there, Dries Jans. Working on the in-game ticketing system today. Yeah, eventually I want to learn Rust because I hear so much about it, and I hear a mixture of good things and also a bunch of humor. So I kind of want to understand what the memes are about too. That and what was it? TypeScript. So I have like a couple languages on my list to learn, and Rust and TypeScript are on there. Anyway, thank you for the raid, Mr. Halsey. Yeah, so this is my goal for today, is to get this implemented, that a client can set a subscription for what kind of ticketing information they want to receive from the game, and the subscription would include like a basic query. In the long run, this will probably be more advanced, almost like a database query, and the backend will probably put all the data in a database. For right now, it's just going to be very simple, either summary or details. And summary information gives us a list of tickets with just the top-level summary information. So we'll be missing this history. So the test is going to expect, if this is the incomplete ticket, take that and remove the history from it, and that's what we expect to get back out when we subscribe to just the summary information. And then, so I'm going to get this working, and then after that, we'll support where if you select a single ticket, you want to get the detailed information, including the history, and then that will be a query details with probably another parameter called ticket number, ticket ID, and then we'll just get a single ticket out with the entire ticket details. TypeScript is great. Used it since 0.83. Nice. Well, there were a couple other languages on my list, right? Side projects. WebAssembly. That was also on the list. And people talk about Godot for making games, so I was going to look at that too. Yep. Also, I need to catch up on the latest C++ eventually. So yeah, and I wouldn't have even thought to look into any of those things unless I got involved with other streams and Twitch. So Twitch is an awesome community, I think. All right. If you have if this is new for you and you have any questions, let me know. I have a couple things. There is a video I recorded that's just an introduction to what my stream is about, and I also have lots of commands that answer common questions, and I don't mind stopping my work occasionally to answer questions myself. That's fine too. Thank you for that follow. Good morning, Mr. Love Pickle. How are you doing today? I didn't wave to Dries Jans either. Hi. Extreme pair programming. Yes, sometimes that happens. I'll get some very dedicated, generous viewers in the channel just kind of walking through my code with me, and occasionally do the flip side. I'll go into other streams and help them. Most of the time, though, I think people just kind of want general feedback, and that's okay too. All right, because I think pair programming is kind of a difficult thing, because you have to be prepared to not decide everything yourself, but be working very closely with someone else, and you have to get a tight consensus that's moving along with the design, and I think that's a lot harder to do. It's almost like mind melding is difficult, right? Yeah, two people writing the same code. All right, anyway. So I'm working on this yesterday. Clients can specify a query, and we need to change the reporting system to only send data that's selected by the query. So that's what I'm going to do right now. You also have to be on the same level and know what the other is doing. Yeah. And either that or two people have to be very coordinated in doing different aspects of the same thing and staying in sync. And yeah, that's really tough. You have to really know how the other person thinks and what path they're going down. and make sure you stay together. All right. I think I got the unit tests here correct. I just didn't have the code compiling. Is that what it was? I used the compiler to tell me where I stopped yesterday. In subs 2, a 7, a 4. Oh, right. I was adding the query to a bunch of functions, and for one thing, it's not declared in the declaration, so probably need to update that. That line probably needs to be added to the declaration. Yep. Putting it in the right place and documenting it. Param, query. This specifies what information the client is expecting. I like that description. And this is no longer to anyone concerned, is it? Actually, that's important. If this is done, yeah, this might need to be, the nature of this function might need to be changed. Let me look at this. Yeah, so it's not to everyone, it's to a specific client. And is this the same thing? Yeah, it's a specific client. So let me change the documentation. Return the message to be sent to a specific client, which announces that the ticket with the given ID has changed. So the query is the client specific. Sounds good to me. Let's continue. Hey there, Resubaka. Got all those neat emotes that you can use. You can use the cactus and the reverse cactus. And you can also use my wave. Alright. If I had more emote slots, I'd probably add the double thumbs up one. One of these days. Alright. 286. Same thing, right? So this, its declaration needs to be updated. Yep. Okay, the ticket now includes that. And this is, again, specific, right? To a specific client, which announces, and then the query is carried along too. All right, compile again. This is called Compiler Error Driven Development, or CEDD. Not to be confused with TDD, which is Test Driven Development, which is cool too, but Compiler Error Driven Development is kind of neat in that I really don't have to think. I say, hey, compiler, go compile. Compiler says, okay, now look at this line and fix it. And I'm like, okay, I'll go there and I'll fix it. And then that tough part begins because I have to kind of realize what I was doing, and it's the fact that this is missing its query, right? So it would be client second arrow. Is it not in there? Wait a second. What is client again? Clients. Client record. Did I not put the ticket query in here? There it is. Tickets query. So what's the deal? Why isn't IntelliSense helping me out there? Client record does not have... Oh, it's not an arrow? Aha. There we go. Hey there, Crystal Coder. Oh, there's another wave I haven't seen. Look at that. So cool. How are you doing? Your stream was the same, got down 34 errors. Nice. Hopefully you did not insert more than 34 errors in removing the first 34 errors. Howdy. Okay. Moving on to moderation, line 28. I think, again, it's this query was added and not added to the declaration. Yep. So basically we're adding more context to these, which makes sense because before we were like, just give them all the tickets. Now we're saying, well, give them the tickets that match this query. I'm going to stealthily copy paste the documentation for that parameter. So stealthy. Hey there, Rally Monkey. How are you doing? Send a player an announcement about, it's not all their moderation tickets anymore. about moderation tickets visible, or visible? I guess visible. Visible to them which match the given query. All right, keep going. Crystal Coder's a pretty cool name. I wish I could think of names that are that cool. I am really terrible at names. My names are bad. I think it's one of the most difficult things as a developer to do is to pick good names. So I admire people who are able to pick really neat names. Announce ticket change. Okay, this needs a query now, right? So that means this probably needs a query as well. Listening today only, physical house chores. So continue to be very descriptive about everything I'm doing. Okay, I am looking at the camera and waving to you now, Rally Monkey. All right. I'm just basically going through the code that works with when changes happen to the in-game ticketing system. In the past, we would just send every client every ticket that was visible to them. And now we're fine-tuning it. Basically, I'm adding a query parameter here and there, which specifies what each client actually cares about. And then that parameter has to kind of be has to be added in all the places in the call flow. 626 is where this error is. Right, so hold on. I'm putting an after the ticket ID, so I should be consistent. So I'm adding a query every place I have a ticket ID, and I'm adding it after the ticket ID. And then every function that calls another function has to pass along that query. So announce ticket change. Whoops. Announce ticket change, we're adding a query parameter to it. So I'm just pasting that there. Microsoft Hooligan is your favorite nickname. What's Microsoft Hooligan? That just makes me laugh. Hooligan. You dang hooligans. Back in my day, we respected our elders. You damn hooligan kids. Working on a crystal in Unity 3D, and your friends seem to be obsessed with crystals. So you became the crystal coder. Nice. So I take it you have... Well, I'm guessing you have a collection of crystals as well. I was into collecting crystals when I was a kid. I still have some of them. And somehow I inherited my brother's collection of crystals. He like left them behind when he went to college. Back in my day, we did everything on punch cards and slide rules, and we liked it. Yep, my mom still has a slide rule, and I actually talked to her the other day about maybe making a YouTube video talking about a slide rule and how you use a slide rule and all that, since she still has one, and she got a kick out of that. I don't know if she's actually going to make a video. But I said, you know, the people who watch me said that they'd like to see Raimu's mom talk about slide rules someday. What am I doing here? I added this in all the right places. I'm just building this again, right? Used to grow your own crystals. Yeah, I did that. Sugar crystals. That's what I remember doing. Any other kind of crystals besides salt and sugar, you probably need a very hot cauldron of some kind, right? Okay. Can I just hit F8 and go to that error? Ooh, that sometimes doesn't work. I'm glad it worked this time. Okay, so I got more forwarding of stuff. This query obviously needs to be passed through announce new ticket and probably also ticket removed. Why don't we hit them both at the same time while we're at it? Sounds good to me. We're adding the query everywhere that a ticket is being talked about, and so in these two places we're going to forward it. And I'm expecting that these functions, when they're declared, we also need, right, these two functions, add announcing a new ticket and announcing a ticket removed, we have to include the query. You had those space age kits where you could grow your own. They give you packets of chemicals. Ooh, my brother had that. Yeah, I remember that. I didn't have it. He did. That was pretty cool. But it wasn't mine, so I just had. And when he lost interest, it's like, well, but it's his. I can't, and he's already grown all the crystals. But yeah, it was pretty neat at the time. I remember that. Okay. This is a little bit of just boring, like compile and see where I'm missing the argument, and then just adding it in. Okay. At this point, oh, this is interesting. This is not in the context of any client, and this is announcing it to all clients, right? Oh, I was premature here in adding. Announce new ticket is called for all clients, so there is no query. Yeah, so I was doing this wrong. The query comes from the individual client, so when we make the announcement message, we do it personalized for every client, don't we? So that's going to be client.second.query. And that is too long of a line, so I'm going to make it multi-line, and there we go. Same thing for removed. The announcement is specialized for every client now because every client might not get the same, might not care about the ticket being removed. So this is client.second.query. Require a lot of time to grow. Best when you grew, you just forgot about. Yeah, it's like if you get impatient, you like stop growing it early. But if you like forget about it and it just grows on its own, you come back, you're like, whoa, forgot about this. And look at these crystals now. They also grow best when there's no motion, right? So if you like left it somewhere and didn't touch it, it would do a lot better. Okay, I need to go back to the header for this. Undo this work. One thing I'm grateful for that it's easier to remove code than it is to add it. And if I remove the wrong thing, I can always go back to Git and say, hey, I'd like that back again, please. Just switch over from Notepad++ to VS Code. One thing you can't get past is how tiny the scroll bars are. The scroll bar like this one? Yeah, that's always annoyed me. The first time I saw a tiny scroll bar on that, I think it was on the Mac. And what's really annoying sometimes is when it auto hides like that. It's like, where's the scroll bar? And then, oh, it's there. Yeah, I hate that. I don't typically use the scroll bar for tabs, though. One thing I like is that the scroll bars I typically use are the vertical ones, and there's this nice big one that shows like a micro window of your code. So it's got both good and bad scroll bars in it, doesn't it? Control-A, delete. Yeah, delete all the code. You find a way to expand the toolbar, pass it along to me? Oh, thank you very much. I wouldn't be surprised if there is an add-on to do that. Don't you want to change the current task? Yes, I do. Thank you, Resubaka. You have earned a useless internet point. Current task. I'm not starting up the stream, am I? I am adding query information in all ticket APIs. I guess we'll say in-game ticket APIs. There we go. And it's magically updated on screen. Okay. Build again. Rebecca, I have a hard time believing that's your only point. How have you not scored points before? Makes me think wonder if the point system in my game is broken. You seriously didn't have any points at all before? I think I need to rectify that. You must have earned more. I have to give you. Oh, I think it is broken. Yeah, I think it's broken. What happened? My game busted. Oh, wait a minute. I misspelled it. The game is not busted. I just gave 4 points to someone else. Someone named Rasubaka. I'll take those points away and give them to Resubaka. There we go. Your first point. Wow. Well, I'll give you 4 more. You should have 5. You've been around here long enough. All right. Next compiler error. Why does it not like that? I think that's an IntelliSense problem. I don't think that this is a really compiler error. Yeah, so the real compiler error is in moderation here. Yeah, so this one needs the client second query, tickets query now, right? Maybe it's due to your machine. You don't think VS Code is as responsive as Notepad++? Interesting. I think Notepad++ should be pretty responsive because it's very basic. VS Code, especially if you load it down with these extensions, I can see how it can become slower and less responsive. But yeah, that could also be the machine, like maybe where you've installed it. If it's on an SSD or not, could make a difference, right? I typically install Windows on an SSD and I install other add-on programs on a hard drive, non-SSD. And so that kind of biases things. The stuff that came with the OS is generally faster because of that. Not as active as most other views. I guess that's not the way you get points. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But you've been around at least 3 months. I think subs should automatically get points. In fact, this gives me an idea. Subs should get some bonus points. Because why not? I'm intending to make the point system useful in my game. So, for example, here's the real game in production. And although it's not populated yet, you can imagine in the starter town there might be shops here where you can log in with your character and go to these shops. And if you happen to have stream points, for example, let's say Cthulhu, who has 23 points, might go into the shop and there might be some nifty item you can spend 20 stream points on and sort of get rewarded for participation in the stream. And I think subscribing to the stream obviously is participating in supporting. And yeah, why not give subs some points too? Because all the points really are going to be for, besides bragging that you have a lot of them, is to redeem them in game. So if you're supporting the stream, making the game, I think you deserve the points. Don't know why I didn't think of that before. All right. Send player tickets. Right, it includes the query now, right? So client dot, I can't spell tickets query. Next compiler error, please. Ticket change. Right, so this one was, oh, there's another one of these that's not client specific, right? Yeah, so I need to fix that one. We don't include the, we don't include the query here. We just make the announcement specific to every client. And we include the client's queries. Client second tickets query. Let's make this nice and one argument per line. There we go. And then remove the query from there. Have you ever heard of an older PC game called Redesigning? No, but I've heard of a couple other games. Like, my game growing up that I enjoyed was Ultima, so that's why it looks this way. Because this is what Ultima looked like. Well, with different graphics, of course. Deathlord was another game that looked like Ultima. So I know those two. And then there's a futuristic one called, was it 8020 something? 2101? No, that was that's another meme. There's another game made by one of the people who was behind Ultima. You made a similar looking game, but it was for futuristic thing. But I'd never heard of Redesigning. That makes me want to kind of look it up. Wait a minute. Why do they want my feedback? Not now. Let me look that up later. Let me give you a point for that idea of looking it up. Because I might as well look it up and see if there are any ideas I can leverage. Wow, that's your first point. In celebration of you getting your first point, because I can, I'm going to give you another point. Actually, haven't used Notepad++. One thing about Notepad++, Rally Monkey, is up until recently, the normal Notepad that came with Windows couldn't handle Unix-style end of lines, just line feed only, and you just screw it up. So very recently, Microsoft finally fixed that, so the normal built-in Notepad can deal with Unix line endings, but for all past versions of Windows, it was just annoying, and so alternatives to Notepad popped up. There's like Notepad++, there's Notepad 2, There's probably other Notepad ripoffs, and they would essentially fix those annoying features of the original Notepad that Microsoft just didn't get around to fixing, and that was one of them. I remember that's why I picked up Notepad++, is so that I could read files that had Unix line endings without having to convert them all the time. I think this is a false positive error here. Okay, so this one is within context of a client, so we're including the client second tickets query. Here we go. You're a somebody. That's right. You're not just a pleb. You have 2 points. Yeah, so the latest, like one of the most recent Windows 10, actually for me, most recent, but I think it's now a year old, they finally fixed it in Notepad. But there are other features like tabbed editors. I still don't think the original Notepad has that. Here's the original Notepad, right? So I don't leak my history. There's no history. Let me open a file. Projects. Hold on a second. I'm gonna have there's the current task file, right? So there's no, if I can open a different file, like the make file, but there's no tabs. So that's one feature that a lot of people would like to have. So I think Notepad++ has the tabs view just like VS Code does. They're just features that are missing from the built-in Notepad. Never really played Ranadin. It was your brother's game. We seemed to enjoy it a lot back in the 90s. Yeah, so that's around that same time frame, right, as Ultima. Okay. Did I not build that? Oh, this is not query, right? It's tickets. Tickets query. Sublime. Sublime is another good editor. I don't want to knock Sublime. Other people also use Atom, which looks a lot like VS Code, and it's much older. I use Sublime a bit. I like the fact that Sublime looked and operated the same between different OSs. But then VS Code came, and I found that was just a lot more fitting to my habits. I think it's because I was using Visual Studio for so long, and VS Code kind of feels more like Visual Studio than Sublime did to me. It's all, in the end, it's all personal preference. Tickets query. It's what you're comfortable with. I mean, a lot of people still use, how come this doesn't like it? Why does it say no suggestions here? Hold on. It's just not helping me. Some people still like to use VI. NeoVim, is that like a spinoff of VI? I know Vim is. That's VI improved or something, right? Okay, what's the deal here? Announcement cannot be used before it's initialized. And why is that? Oh, this doesn't take 2 parameters? Well, that would explain why. Yeah, we need to include the query here. Query. Then in the implementation, same deal. Okay, anywhere else? Here. Client second tickets query. There we go. It's an improved Vim. So it's VI improved? I'm trying to remember the name of it, but like in the late 90s, there was this really nice editor for me where I was able to type really, really fast, specifically with the mechanical keyboard I had at my job. Brief? Is it called Brief? Anyway, it was before graphical Windows. Still on DOS, I think. Well, artists, there are some artists who will use Microsoft Paint. So, I mean, there are probably programmers who use Notepad. I don't want to knock them. Quick Basic. I never did Quick Basic. You love the GUI? Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Okay. I need to go to subs, line 711. this needs to include the client. So client second. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Do we have a problem here where this one is not specific to any client? Aha. It is specific. So in these other places where it's not within context of a client, I have to put it in context of a client. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Don't I just want to call announce ticket change rather than do this right here? Yeah, isn't that the same as this? You get the announcement and you send it to the client if they've subscribed. I think that's actually what the only difference here is that it's missing this if. Right? This is sending it even if they haven't subscribed. But I think I'm going to move this towards where you have to subscribe. Yeah, so let's change this to just call this. So ticket ID, ticket, reason, name. There we go. Fixed. The quick basics GUI because the help documentation is built into the program. It was nice to be able to quickly switch back. Yeah, that does sound nice. If you were talented, you'd use primitive tools just to show off. Just to show off, huh? Sounds like something my brother would do. I remember my brother would type all the words in the alphabet out on a typewriter just to show off. I thought it was pretty cool, but also kind of silly. Like, what are you going to do with that paper now that you've typed out all the words in the alphabet, all the words in the dictionary? Did I say alphabet? I meant dictionary. But yeah, he just did it to show off. Something, just did it because he could. Okay, this is linking now, so I'll be moving to the next step of checking that the unit tests pass. Emacs, I used Emacs for years because it was the same on Windows and Unix. I stopped using it because at least the default keybinds started to hurt my fingers. Like contorting, like I had to contort my hand to use all the meta keys, and I had to stop using it because of that. I guess I could have kept using Emacs if I had figured out how to, if I was smart enough to, or if I spent enough time looking into how to make custom keybinds that didn't hurt my hands. Also, I kind of ended up doing more Windows stuff anyway, so I just naturally started using Visual Studio instead. Wow, this is taking a long time to link. Should not be wasting time while it's linking. I should think about what I'm going to be doing after this. I should find out where my tests are and get prepared to run them. It was in tickets under tests right here. We're going to run this test, I think. This one was already passing because it says there's no query set, so we get no tickets back, right? Actually, that wasn't the case. This was not passing either, right? Because this is the new way to subscribe, and that wasn't even coded yet. So we should be starting out with nothing passing. 128 seconds plus 154 seconds. I think I need to get a new hard drive or defragment the non-SSD that I'm using. All right, we need to refresh the Test Explorer because it was still building it when this was scanning the first time. So this is an add-on to VS Code, by the way, and I have a video that kind of walks through setting some of this stuff up. So I use Google Tests. Google Tests are actually not included here, but in this header, we do an include gtest.h. And then you can either have individual tests or you can set up what's called a test fixture, which is a common setup for a group of tests. And a test fixture is a class or a structure derived from Google Test base class. And it gives you two virtual methods, which are very handy, called, where are they? Setup and teardown. So I use setup and teardown in my test to set up just common environments for the things I'm testing. And the setup can be quite elaborate, but it's independent of the test, so it's separate. So the actual tests are just, okay, this is a subclass of that. And you can just assume stored away somewhere is the setup for this, and then every test has the common setup. The extensions I use that work with this, that give you this nice little bar here, are, where is it? Catch 2 and Google Test Explorer finds your tests and gives them to, it does two things for you. It gives them to Test Explorer, which is another plugin, Test Explorer UI, which gives you this button. So it shows up here, and it will also add this bar here. So I can press that to find out where my tests are, and I can either run them here or run them with these little buttons here. So yeah, I basically broke everything with the changes I just made, which is fine. We're going to fix the test now. Chris says hi. Hi, say hi to Chris for me. He's probably streaming too, right? Hi there, playing with scissors. Hey there, kindly fire. How are you doing? There's a time where you're supposed to goof off, just say you're having to wait on the build. That's the reason you're playing. Actually, you'd be surprised, Raleigh Monkey. My last job, people would say, well, it takes an hour to build the code, so I'm going to go get lunch. He's streaming. You haven't been here in forever. That's okay. You don't have to feel obligated to be here. Chris's stream is great too. I think Chris is CM Griffing, and he made this chat overlay that you see above my head. Not the where it says current task, but above that. And he's streaming right now. So if you're more interested in seeing web dev stuff, Twitch extensions, marketing sites on the web to support the extension, go check out Chris's channel. Hey there, Ramy. Wowie. Howie, Ramy. How are you doing? And just as Ramy said, wowie, I heard a beast outside meowing to be let in. So I will be right back in less than a minute, and we'll have to do a face cam reveal of the said beast. Kind of bummed out. I'm sorry about that. I'm doing good today. Thank you for asking. I'm sorry you're bummed out, Ramy. I have a, maybe, if you like cats, Ramy, hold on a second. This will cheer you up. I'll be right back. Okay, Ramy, I know you're known for using the wowie emote, so maybe you're a dog lover, not a cat lover, but come on. Come on, can't you like love this squish nose cat's face? Doesn't he look majestic? Had a date canceled yesterday, and I meet with a friend canceled. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Yeah, he is a cutie. He's also very old. He's like 15 years old cat. Yeah, I hope you get a new date and you meet up with a friend soon, and then you'll lose all recollection of the canceled one, I hope. You love how consistent my streams are? I have not been as consistent as I want to be. Mostly it's my schedule's really crazy with meetings that kind of pop up like the day before. It's all family related stuff, so I can't talk about it. I'm trying to get more consistent back to every weekday. Still, I can't stream on Wednesdays because of a Wednesday meeting, but as much as I can, you know, trying to get back into it. That's true, Crystal Coder. Ramy, maybe it was it's your fate to go on a different date, someone who is better for you. That's one way to look at it. You have maybe avoided a bad date. Who knows though? Let's see. Right. I'm actually wondering why this test passed. Did I already write the code that just prints out an empty tickets list? Let me look and see. You had two friends canceling you today and you really wanted to go out, especially because it's 38 C outside. That's very hot. Desperately needed a cool beverage? You mean like a Fernet or something like that? Something like that, Raimi. I'll let Playing with Scissors say more. But yeah, it's winter where I am, but it's not winter everywhere. Hint, hint. I've just narrowed it down to half the planet. I hope that's okay. I actually don't know anybody for sure. Actually, that's not true. I've met a lot of people on Twitch and I don't know where they are. So I might know someone from New Zealand. Cool caramel IPA. That actually, well, the caramel part sounds good to me. I don't know about the IPA thing. Okay. Okay, we do send tickets in response to this. Is that what's going on? Let's get my tickets. So that's not it. So where are we calling this? Let's go back to searching for tickets. Aha, send. No, that's the thing we were just looking at. Hold on. Hold on a second. Maybe it's this one. Make tickets message. Send tickets. Oh, that's right. The send tickets and send my tickets are separate, but I've been meaning to combine them together. And this is always sent when we change our query. That makes sense now. And this one, yeah, I did write this one. If it's not summary, we don't fill in anything for the tickets, and so it'll be the default empty array. Any good beer similar better than Guinness Stout? You're not a big beer drinker, just curious. I would say anything that is oatmeal or peanut butter or coffee stout. You should try. You should at least try it, Rally Monkey. I'm really big into those. Thick, flavorful beers. A double stout. Yeah. Anything you can go to like Bevmo or even Trader Joe's will have like a good oatmeal stout there. Milk stout also, yes. How's the milk label business going? I'm the only one drinking the lactose-free milk, and so I'm still on number 2. The good thing is that the lactose-free milk like lasts forever. Well, not forever, but like several months. So I don't feel compelled to drink it. It won't go bad. I'll be able to drink it before it does. All right, let's fix those other tests, right? The no query one passes, but the one for this one, I guess, is for the summary, doesn't pass because we're getting the entire history. That's the problem, right? Kind of hard to see that here because it's not formatting it side by side in a way we could see it, but it says the messages we got received includes a history for the ticket, so that's not what we expect. I believe it comes down to this apply ticket query, right? If it's summary, we're going to remove the history. I think that's all I need to do. We'll say if... Oh, actually, hold on a second. I'm thinking too far ahead. If query is summary, then we're going to want to remove, but it's const, so... Does it have to be const? Because if it wasn't, it would be a lot more convenient. Ticket. Yes, that is const. I guess we'll make a copy of it ourselves. Actually, you know one easy way to do that? I was going to say just remove the const from that, but then that will always make a copy. We don't need to do that if query is not summary. What are you doing, cat? Cat's like scratching at the wall. Oh, he's trying to get up to the top tier of his cat tower. Oh, he made it. He's got like arthritis or something in his back legs, and sometimes it takes multiple attempts. Okay, so I think what I can do here is I can... Maybe I just bite the bullet and always make a copy here. So then the input can be mutated. I just need to go update the declaration here. So we get a copy always, and then this will allow me to always do that, but here I'll just say input.remove history. You drink a glass of milk with your dinner every evening? My dad does too. But it's always, like, since I got into my 30s, it just seemed weird to drink a glass of milk alone. Like, I just have milk with cereal. I don't drink it by itself. Hey, there's 715-209. Maybe you could have a second camera just pointed at your cat. Yeah, but he moves around. Like, right now he's on the cat tower. But before, like, he's on the ground, like, asking me to pet him. Or he's outside or something. What I really want is one of those harnesses that, like, you can see where the cat's going. And then I need to get Mrs. Raimu to be okay with streaming the house and not not hiding the house from everybody. Just the cat tower, then. Maybe. This is what a few other streamers I know do. I do have another camera. It's up there somewhere. Yeah, don't let the cat dox me. Milk is also good if you have heartburn and you need to, like, quickly quell the fire. When he streams his dog's basket today. Okay, you guys are convincing me I should set up the cat cam. The thing is that he's not consistent in where he sleeps. So, like, it might be 90% of the time there's nothing to show you. All right, I'm ready to run this test again, right? So run it. Hey, it passed. All right. I broke some other things here, though. I broke all these other things. Oh, because these assume you don't need to subscribe. That's what the problem is. Get a cat tracking camera. Yeah, but it would have to be a robotic thing that moves throughout the house, and then we're talking about doxing the house again. Encourage people to periodically tune in and see if the cat is on cam. That's a good point. You see the kitty. He's up there taking a bath right now. Yeah, so all of these tests assume the client didn't need to subscribe because it's giving information about specific players. So there's a player that is making a report, right? And so this is no longer sent because the player didn't subscribe. I guess what we'll do is we'll implicitly subscribe. Actually, we have that. Oh, this is the admin getting a message back. Ooh. Why is this failing then? Because it's including the history or what? I think it's expecting the history and is not getting it. Hold on. I think that's it. Yes. So, okay, I need to modify the test. Because it's expecting it's just going to expand the names from that, and that is not exactly true, is it? So, let's get out a copy. So auto expected ticket details. Make a copy from the command's content, the command to add the new ticket, and then we'll remove the history from it. Remove history. And then make that what we expect. There we go. That'll probably fix the test. Milk affects the opioid receptors in the brain, which might explain why half of our grocery stores are dedicated to nothing but milk products. Interesting. I didn't know that. Command is not a member of add mod event. What? Oh, because it's command content. There we go. Got your milk, cheese, butter. Yeah, and when you get older, like me, you start to become lactose intolerant, and it sucks. Enjoy the milk while you can. That's all I have to say. Okay, so I fixed that test. Probably the other tests are broken the same way. So, I'm gonna assume that they're all broken the same way, that the expected ticket details don't include the history anymore, which makes sense. Yes. So that's here, only it's called second command for some reason. And we'll go to this. I'll just fix them all right now. Yes, again. Oh, no, this is slightly different, isn't it? Ticket content. Player mask change reflected. Oh, okay, I get it. So we got a ticket update, but the only thing that changed was how the username was expanded. So I'll just put it in here. Ticket content. Remove the history. Fine. And player name change. Same thing. Did I? Yeah, I did. Answer my own question before I finish asking it. Great streaming. Professional streamer here. Ticket version 2 external. Where's ticket? Oh, okay, there's an external somewhere. Here it is. Okay, what the heck is this test doing? Updating a ticket. Oh, we're preparing in advance what's version 1 look like, what does version 2 look like, and all that. So I can just put it here, that it's, oops, ticket version 2 external, remove history. Because we're only subscribed to the summary information. Okay. That'll fix everything. Yeah, I know. See, that just sounds so good right now. Sour cream on, like, a freshly baked potato. Ah. Okay, these are still broken, apparently. How so, computer? Wait a minute. Did it not remove the history? What? Oh, I didn't put that here. No bugs? Oh, there are always bugs. There are always bugs. It's just a matter of have you found them all yet or not. Okay, this one says what? Interesting. Ticket is summary? What? That's wrong completely. What happened here? Why is ticket summary? Okay, I guess I should just track this one down, right? This is when the profile is, so when the profile is changed. So I'm gonna want to search for on profile change executed. Maybe that's not it. On change profile executed. Change profile executed. All right, so this is going to end up sending out ticket announcements, right? I don't see it. Is this it? It's here somewheres. Ah, here it is. I probably got these backwards. Oh, it's a ticket and then the query. Oh, there we go. Ticket and then the query. Haha. Yeah, that's what I would have done next, Crystal Coder, is do a search again for a summary. But I kind of like, my intuition led me to like that string got in the wrong place, and it's the order of the arguments were ticket and then query. Wait a minute. Ticket and then, that was correct then. Let's use the debugger. Debug to that line, please. And it never got there. Okay, why didn't it get there? Can I go here? Please? Test? Debug? No? It's not getting that far. Why not? I should be able to at least get that far. Okay. Continue. And then it leaves complete. Oh, wait. There are two places where we announce changes. There's there, and then at the top, I thought. Oh, this needs to be cleaned up. Okay. Hold on. I'm confused. I don't know. Let's search for summary. I think it's actually coming from the test itself. Because it's just comparing summary, and the only place where summary actually is in these tests. So it's the query itself is being reported as the ticket. So the ticket and the query are reversed somewhere. Somewhere along the line. So it's probably this string. So if I put a 2 there, for example, actually it's probably going to completely break it, right? Yeah, it didn't break it. It just, so that's where the string came from, but it's being confused as the ticket and not the query. So at some point they're getting swapped. It's this ticket update, right? Let me see if I can trace that back. That's a test. Okay, so it's one of these 3 places. I'm going to guess it's this one. Run the test. Ticket is this. Okay, it's already messed up here. It's the string called summary. So let's look at the call stack. Yep, it's putting the query first and then the ticket, and that's ticket and then query. So it's right here. So kind of paying the price for this, the fact that those are different types. This is a ticket query, but a ticket query is a JSON value, but so is a ticket. So they can be flipped and the compiler won't notice it. Another reason why we have unit tests, right? Okay, that fixed it. All right, cool. That should fix all the backend stuff, right? For at least for the subscription stuff. We know what it won't fix that for is players that aren't subscribed. I think like new ticket is probably in other tests, right? Yeah, in these legacy tests. So I bet this is broken now. No, it's not broken. Well, never mind then. How about this one? Response provided when player flagged. Okay. And this one? Notice the player delivered the target. Okay. But I think I do want to change this because why deliver new ticket to a client that's not interested in the ticket information? It's just a matter of when am I going to change this expectation, now or later. Is there an emote here for bugs? Well, if you're subscribed to Adam, who is another streamer I heavily recommend checking out if you haven't seen him, he's got Adam pass and Adam fail. And so you could use those, for example, if I run a test and it fails, you could spam the Adam fail emote. That's true, like what Rally Monkey just did. You could just use the Unicode emojis for bugs. Actually hosting me? Oh! Well, thank you, Adam, for hosting me. I never got a notification. It must be the auto host. Hey there, A squared. How are you doing? Oh, and I didn't wave to a few other people. 715209. Postal Rat. Where did you chat? Postal Rat. I missed Postal Rat's chat. Oh, and Ix. I'm still looking for when Postal Rat chatted. How come I don't see Postal Rat's chat? Where is it? Okay, I'm gonna search Postal Rat. It was at 10:50. saying you love milk with pizza. Aha, there it is. Hey there, Postal Rat. I saw your chat finally. Yeah, Adam's a nice guy. He doesn't stream on Thursdays, so I'm probably on his auto host list. All right. By the way, if you haven't been to my channel before, maybe you got here from Adam's channel, maybe you didn't. I have about a 2-minute long video that explains what my stream is about. I'm not doing graphics or game dev right now. It's more boring but necessary work. But it's all revolving around this game. It's an online RPG I'm building. It's a custom engine. So, for example, it has a built-in ticketing system, which right now is completely broken because I'm in the middle of changing it. So various parts of the engine, either they're graphical or non-graphical, I have to write it all. So what I'm working on today is the ticketing system, not so glorious. But on other days, you might see me stream working on the mechanics of these NPCs, for example. I was doing that a couple weeks ago. And I use 4 different programming languages here. The front end of my game, since it runs in the web browser, it's all JavaScript. In the back end, the custom engine is C++ for the framework, and then I'm also hosting Lua scripts when I want to play around with the game logic. Like, you see how George was just about to go chase those slimes, but then they escaped his maximum wander range, and so he's like, oh, forget it, I'm not going to go fight him. Oh, but that slime's going to... Oh, no, he avoided it too. All of the code behind George's behavior is in Lua right now. Except for parts that I'm trying to optimize, and I'm porting those into C++. And then occasionally, very occasionally, you might see me work on Python. I write a lot of the scripts for automating the upkeep of the game. For example, uploading new versions of the code, uploading updates to the Lua scripts. That's all in Python. So yeah. You don't know how he stands while programming? Actually, that's becoming a new trend thing for good health and good posture to at least stand half the time you're working. And so people will have these adjustable desks. I wish I had one. I don't have one right now because I don't have a dedicated office with enough space for that. But it's kind of a good thing for your back to, if you can't stand while coding, at least take a break once in a while and get up and stretch. So, for example, CM Griffing, who made the overlay above my head, every 2 hours on his stream, he stands up and stretches. But yeah, I knew people who would stand and code, and it's kind of funny when you go to their office and they're just standing there in front of a computer. You're thinking, oh, isn't that going to hurt your back eventually? But it's actually the opposite. It's good for you. It's bad to sit too much. Okay, back to coding here. Sorry I'm a little scatterbrained today. Okay, I do want to update the front end. I need to do that to fix this anyway, so I think the back end is updated enough that I can build the release build of the back end here. And while that's going, let me update the front end. So in the front end, there is a message sent, subscribe to tickets, and we need to update that, right? Is it not subscribed to tickets? It's subscribed to something. What is it? In the JS files. Subscribe to... Wait a minute. How come it's not here? Did I already remove it or something? Configuration, cluster state, players, versions, mail. I think I might have updated it. I did update it. It's already here. Ticket subscription. Right. So the query is empty right now, and I wanted to change it so that it changes to summary when we have the tickets panel selected, right? When this panel is active, set it to summary, otherwise set it to empty string. So I'm gonna have to change where this is done, I think. Right now it's only done once once we authenticate, so I think I want to do it whenever the panel changes. So what action does that? This is using Redux actions. Is it set selected panel or something? Set active panel, that's what it is. So there will be a corresponding method called set active panel somewhere. Aha. So it's when you select any panel, it'll dispatch that action. So we can, in the middleware, we can catch that action. Set active panel. If I'm not already, I can do that. Okay, I didn't remember having a tickets middleware, but that actually makes sense. So we already have this. Right now it unselects the ticket. Okay, so what we can do is put the code here. I'm using bookmarks here. Removing all the old bookmarks because I want to go back to where that was. Set tickets. I can't even remember what it was now. Set ticket subscription. We want to move this code there. So here's where it was. And then move it to here. Do it there, and we'll set... we wanted the query to depend on which panel we selected, so... That is available as a parameter, right? Yeah. So it's just going to be a string. So if the string is tickets, and then how is that encapsulated? It's just called panel. Okay. So if panel equals... Okay. So that means we'll have an action which has a panel in it. And we'll say the query is if panel is tickets, then it's summary. Otherwise, it's empty string. And I think it's easier to read it if I do this. I like doing it this way where it's like, here's the thing we're checking, here's the positive, here's the negative case. All right. So this is built, right? The release build is built, so I'm going to go to where the server is running here, stop it, do update release build vs, and then serve again, and then the cluster has to start running. The front end should already be updated. It couldn't compile because I have a syntax error. Okay, let's fix that. Tickets.js, line 109, there's no ID. Oh, do I need an ID? I don't think I need an ID. I think that is optional. Although, yeah, we don't need that. Although now that I think about it, it does depend on which... Does it depend on which server we connect to, or does it matter? Because the game master connects to all 3 servers in the cluster, or all 4 in this case. Do I want to set it on all? I think I do, actually. How do I send a message to all servers? Hey there, Nui. How are you doing? And rate on 90. Refactoring, huh? Kind of refactoring. It's more redesigning. Yeah, I need a timer too, Crystal Coder. It's bad to stand too much as well. I guess that's why Adam sometimes sits and sometimes stands, right? Just came home somewhat exhausted? Well, welcome home, Nui. Hopefully you get to relax a little bit. I just realized that we're sending to the game, but the game is split between different servers. Do we want to send it to every server or just one of them? Send a game with no parameters is just going to pick one at random, right? That goes to game connection here. If there's no ID, it's just going to... Actually, it picks the first socket we connected to the game with. Which one is that? It just picks it at random, right? So it's just one of the servers. It's going to be the same one, but just one of them. I have send to game and I have send to leader. Shouldn't I have like a send to all? I think I should. I'm anticipating other problems, like what if while we're connected a new server comes online? Well, we'll authenticate it, right? So that goes back to this admin where we were, that other bookmark I had. That's why we're subscribing and all this stuff. And if we don't have a camera yet, we ask for one. You know what I ought to do? This reflect server admin authenticated. We ought to collect a list of servers we're connected to. Poggers? What's poggers? What are we poggering for? Okay, yeah, this action, how is it reduced? We're not reducing it in any reducer. Maybe I should. And then maybe add that to a list. And then same thing for disconnected, right? That does get reduced. Oh, we have this server connected. Maybe we should have a servers authenticated. You finally helped a guy find a solution to a Stack Overflow question. Been going back and forth for him for 3 days. Well, nice. How much I hope you got a whole bunch of karma points for that. All right. What am I going to do here? Do I need a list of servers we're authenticated to? And those are the ones we can subscribe to? Maybe. So that means I'm going to want to reduce this one as well. And that alphabetically goes here, doesn't it? So return ... state and servers authenticated. Well, it's not that the server is authenticated. So servers to which we're authenticated. We'll just call servers authenticated. And that should be adding one, just like we're doing here, right? Servers authenticated, adding the ID to it. Assuming that this is always given an ID. Looks like it... Hold on. I'm not searching for the right thing. Does this always get an ID? It does. Okay. So I just need to add that list. Probably where this list was. Yeah. Servers authenticated empty list. So when we're authenticated, we add it, and when we're disconnected, we should remove from it, right? So we should add to this servers authenticated, remove, filter out that ID from it. So then I could use that list to, that's the servers we're going to subscribe to in this middleware, right? So I want to have a get state here, and we're going to want to have a loop. And my JavaScript is weak. I would just do get state admin.serve servers authenticated, right? Because it's in the admin reducer, and then I do a for each. Is it for each? It's for each where each is capitalized. Yeah, and okay, just to be doubly sure, let me look it up in the manual. So dev docs JS for each works for an array, right? Yeah, array for each. It takes a function. Okay, cool. So this will take a function. The function will just say, those are IDs, so it'll be ID, arrow, and then what to do would be this. And we'll include the ID there. So it's going to update the subscription on all servers to which we've authenticated. So I should probably do the same thing when we first connect, right? So that's back in the admin, right? Or the admin has one of these. We should have the same thing in the tickets middleware. I think. Yes. Where would that go alphabetically? Actually, these aren't sorted at all, are they? Well, they kind of are. So we come right before a report ticket. So the same thing this does, copy to tickets here. Because we're going to update our ticket subscription because it's a new server. So this thing, no, not that thing. Where is it? Where is it? This one. So maybe I should make this a sub-function. I'll just finish another 50 bounty, but the answer to that is only a 99% solution. So not sure if you're going to get the check for that. The answer does have enough upvotes to guarantee half the bounty. Interesting. So if you get enough upvotes, you get half the bounty, but you don't get the full bounty until, I guess, the person who, the original post, what do you call it, the OP says, yeah, you earned it. You said his SO question. Got it. He hasn't check marked. So check marking would just give you the full bounty, right? Yeah, I assumed it's Stack Overflow. I should make this a sub-function because I'm going to call it from two places. So I guess I'll just put the sub-function, yeah, amongst these, right? Let's put it here. Const. Actually, no, it doesn't go there. These are just formatted differently. Common functions, I don't have any, so I'll just put it here. So this would be change set subscription. Actually, why don't we just call it the same name as that? And what's important here is the ID and the panel, right? Yes. And when we need dispatch, so dispatch ID and panel goes to this. There's where the ID is, there's the panel, there's the dispatch, so then I can just call this from two places. So here, when we've authenticated to it, we want to subscribe to any tickets. So the panel comes from get state admin selected panel, right? Or is it just panel? Panel. Is it not admin? Hold on. It might not be. No, it's not admin. It's stage or something, or session. Active panel, that's what it is. So it's session active panel. There we go. And then it has to be given a name. So there's dispatch, there's ID, and then panel is that. Can't type today. All right. That's when we connect to a new server. We want to set our ticket subscription. If the ticket subscription changes, we're going to go through all the servers. And here, the panel we already know. So that's what it is. And then what's going on here? That's missing some syntax. Probably missing, yeah, that's missing one. It's like I haven't been very consistent at all. I'm going to go with, because I'm a C++ nerd, that even though it's not needed in JavaScript, I'm going to put a semicolon at the end of every assignment statement, because that's the way I read it. It's an assignment statement. Take this function object and assign it to that name. So in my draconian view from C++, that is a statement, so it needs a semicolon. You place semicolons when you do JS just because screw not using them. So you see in C++, you would use a semicolon because it's a statement, or if it is a declaration of a variable, but you would not use a semicolon for the I mean, the definition of a variable, but for the declaration of a type, you don't, or a function, you don't use a semicolon. And if you're using Python, it's you throw it all out the window. This should build now, right? Okay, we're building. And it broke. Cannot read property length of undefined. The ticket is undefined. Why is the length Oh, because of the history. Okay, so that's broken. It relies on there being history to know the time of the last change. Ooh, I forgot I did it that way. So that's on tickets.js. The other tickets.js, right? This one right here. It's assuming the ticket has history, but it in this case it doesn't because it's a summary view. So we need to get the time last change some other way. What do we get from the ticket? Let's see what it looks like. So the ticket has what in it? Can I just look at ticket? I can. Okay. So signee ID last changes undefined. Interesting. Last changes. I don't remember that at all. I'm gonna look that up because I don't remember that string last changes. Aha. So it should come from the message. So let's look what it is in CPP. Okay. Oh. It's a flag, right? It's a number. Why is it a number? But this expected either 0 or 1, right? This is what happens when I don't have good documentation. Seen means what? That we found the ticket in the player tickets. Player tickets tracks the number of changes that the player has seen for each ticket visible to the player. Oh, it's the number of entries in the history. Maybe I should type that here. Because every time you make a change, it adds one to the history. This tracks the number of changes. The number of elements. Well, let's put that as another sentence. Since each ticket change adds an entry to the ticket's history array, these change numbers are essentially lengths of the ticket's history, tickets histories each time the client last checked them. Essentially what it is. You considered using TypeScript for the JS stuff? If so, why not? I would assume you like the type stuff. I had an answer for that. TypeScript. I chose not to use it because at the time I didn't even know JavaScript. I felt it would be easier to just use JavaScript than learn TypeScript. Yeah. So that's kind of still true because I still don't feel expert enough at JavaScript to jump to TypeScript. I don't know when I will. Maybe in another year or something. Yeah. I don't feel comfortable enough with JavaScript yet. That's what it comes down to right now. And it will probably be wise to move to TypeScript. Yeah, I should give you a point for urging me on to move to TypeScript. Yeah. It does come up a lot. I should probably just do it. Just read a passage from your Python book where they basically discourage semicolons in your code because doing so tells the world that you're a programmer of a C-like language who still hasn't quite made the switch to Python coding. Yeah, it's just a little dogmatic, don't you think, Rally Monkey? Okay, so if that is the science of the history at each point, then this makes more sense to me. That's why we're comparing them. Okay, I remember this. We're telling the system we read the ticket. That many changes. And that'll come back to us as last changes in the ticket message. Right there. Right, I remember this. It's like we want to remember that the ticket is unread. So an easy fix for this, wouldn't an easy fix for this be to set it to 0 if there is no history known? And this scene, where is that set? Where do we set it? Right here? Your current project is actually all in TypeScript with Node, and it's working pretty well. You need to learn how it handles types and what you could do in JS now that is now invalid, but it makes JS fun. Huh. I'm having enough fun with JS just looking at things like React and Redux. And I'm also kind of using it, I'm just using it as a tool right now for a different end. Like I'm not looking at JavaScript to learn JavaScript in the pure sense of learning. I'm actually just learning enough to make use of it. So, yeah, I should probably just pick up TypeScript and then use it. I'm trying to understand when this scene flag is set. Or, okay, we'll reflect that it's seen. That makes sense. So, what about these other places? Is it set by the C++ code? It is. Oh, because it's cached. Now, why are we including it in both? Why are we including the flag as well as that? Hey there, N Perry. How are you doing? You had an empty object that you were using to store arbitrary properties, but that's not allowed? It's not allowed. So that's the part that I might not be so comfortable with. I kind of get used to how loose JavaScript is, and if there now become things I can't do, I might kind of get frustrated a little bit. Okay, past Raimu, what were you thinking of having a scene flag and as well as a last changes? Because I could have just had a last changes and just set it to 0, couldn't I? If we hadn't seen it yet? I think this is redundant. Yeah, I think it's redundant. So I don't want to change it right now. I just want to understand it. Yeah, because not seen means the last changes is 0. This will always be true if the ticket exists, because there's always at least one entry in the history. Unless we haven't looked at the history yet. Okay, this makes sense here. This is saying that if we haven't seen the full history, or we haven't seen the history at all, tell the game that we have seen this ticket now, so it will, when it reports back a change, we'll know that it actually, we haven't seen it yet, the change. And then this is for us to note that we've seen it, which I guess makes sense. Why do we only do this in that case and not that case, though? That's what I don't get. What's wrong with the internet? Did it drop me? Do I have transcoding options right now? I do. Well, that's nice. Why am I seeing my own? I don't want to see my own screen. Let me drop it down to 180p for myself. That works. The Twitch panel now has like a full display, which I don't need because I have a local display in OBS. I guess I could see if I was losing frames though, right? Which I have not. I'm sorry your internet dropped. But yeah, I was looking at my stream panel. Why that and not that here? That seems like a bug. I'm not going to get too caught up in it. I'm just trying to understand what these things mean. This is how many entries of the history has the user been exposed to. And this is just saying, is it 0 or not? So it's sort of redundant. So this will always be true, won't it? Because we won't be told about a ticket unless that flag is true. Oh. Hold on, let me go back. Oh, no, we won't. The first time it tells us about it, it'll be false. Okay. So this will be false at first. And then it shows the blinking thing saying you haven't seen it yet. Okay, that makes sense to me. All right, okay, then continuing. Right, okay. All right. Then where were we in changing the code here? Shoot, I lost my place. I can look at the differences. Oh, I know what it was. It was to try to fix that crash, right? That happens here. Right. So let me look at how this works. This is when we're displaying the tickets. And the ticket, since it's just a summary, seen is falsy. That makes sense because we haven't seen it yet, right? And on the server side, it's persistent, right? Back here. This is persisted, I think. Yeah, this is part of the player's record. Oh, but we're not a player, we're an admin. Right, okay, I remember this now. If we were an actual player of the game, then this will tell us if the ticket was changed since we last logged in. It's irrelevant for game masters, though. Right now that doesn't actually work at all because there's no player record for the game master. So what do we do here then? If we don't have the history, then we don't know the last change, do we? I just need to include that from the server then. Because I wanted that as a column, right? Okay, so I'm gonna have to change the server again. To include the last change timestamp. We'll pull the timestamp from the last history and add that if it's summary. So I can actually look for summary. And we're gonna change the tests first. So we remove the summary, but we're going to add something, right? Before we remove it, I suppose. Actually, that's the timestamp. So we just add it before. We'll say last change. Last change time? Or just last change? Last change timestamp? Last changed, maybe. Equals. How do we do this without repeating that number? That history. Oh, it's too complicated. I'll just repeat. let's make it. Let's do it this way: const auto or const double. Last changed is 42.3, and I'll just use that down here and repeat it here. I'm gonna have to do that in a bunch of places, aren't I? Crap. Okay, that's one place. Let me just take that line and put it there. Oh, that's here. Okay. Third place. Hold on. This is just a remove, so we can skip that one. New ticket. We do need it for this one. And that's this time, right? So that's here. Expected ticket details last change is the mock timekeeper current time. Yeah. And then here, there will be a time here, right? There. Okay. I think that's good. Two more. I think it's the same thing, right? It's whatever the time was. I don't know. Pretty sure. Let the test tell me if I got it right or not. All right, so build it. And these will all fail now because there's this new key that's expected. Yeah, 120p to 1080p options are nice. It's called transcoding, where Twitch has an array of servers or instances, I don't know how they do it, which just sit there and it's first come, first serve for affiliates, but guaranteed, and I don't know how they do the guarantee for partners. Maybe it's where they have some in reserve for partners, but if they have more than what they need for that reserve, then it's first come, first serve for affiliates. And these servers basically just take your stream and transcode it, which means to change the encoding parameters, whether that's to decode and then re-encode, or maybe just fiddle with the encoding to change the bit rate and resolution and all that stuff. All right. I lost my place. Show me where I was. Here I was. Break everything. Confirmed. Except for these ones. This says no information. That's removing a ticket, so those won't break. Okay, so then the fix should be where that summary was. Actually, it's in apply ticket query, isn't it? Yes, right here. Before removing the history, we're going to add a last changed, which will be, okay, we have to actually get access to this. So const auto history is input history. So it's going to be history, index history get size -1. And then in there, it's timestamp. I think that'll do it. Every ticket's guaranteed to have a history, so this should always be valid because the size will always be at least 1. Let's try it out. Okay, broke 2 of them. What's the difference? Last change 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What should it be? 0? That's not right. Why did I think it was 0? Has anyone ever told me I look like Chuck Norris if he were a programmer? Well, thank you very much, Brain. Brainwashed? I haven't been told that, no. I've been told that I sound like, I can't remember the name of it, but some famous, I think it was That's on the tip of my tongue now. But some famous YouTuber I sound like, according to some people, but I've never been told that I look like Chuck Norris. Should I get the Texas Ranger hat? I actually have a hat, but it's not here right now. I don't know if it would make me look more or less like Chuck Norris. Let's see. This ticket content comes from where? It comes from here. This has a history with a timestamp in it. Oh, that's not going to match. Hold on. Go back. It's not going to match this at all, will it? It's not going to match that at all. It's going to be hard-coded. I guess we'll just bite the bullet here and say const auto ticket history, or just history, is that history. And then like I do in the code, we will pick it out of that history. History get size -1 timestamp. And I bet the other test failed for the same reason. Jeff Goldblum? No, Hideo. And by the way, hello. And also hello, Brainwashed. That's the other guy you're thinking of, the guy who is not streaming today. Adam. Oh, thank you for the follow, Brainwashed. All right. Let me run that test again. It should pass. And this other one will probably fail for the same reason. Let me confirm. Show log. Yeah, last change is not 0. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'll have to do the same thing here. Not that one. It's where this one was done. Right here. And then go to that test. Paste right there. Done. Hey there, Saravati. It's going okay. I am, like this says on the task there, I am, actually, I went a little bit past adding query information. Let me update the current task. But today, it's mostly working on the in-game ticket system so that it's more query related and not just dumping the whole database to the client, which was what I was doing before, which is really slow. Hey there, iGronk. Yeah, so today's stream is not so much game dev or flashy stuff, it's mostly like engine work. So working on a custom game engine for a custom game, and I can't show it to you because it's, well, I guess I could show you in another tab, the real game. So this lags behind a little bit because I haven't pushed to production, but this is what I see as a game master. If you were actually to log into the game yourself, you would get here, but you wouldn't be able to see everything. You wouldn't be able to see through walls and stuff. But it's based off of, or, you know, it's inspired by the Ultima series because I played it when I was a kid, and I've always wanted to make a game like that. And the art style of those old games is pretty simple, so it's approachable to a non-artist like myself. And what you'll see me doing is I'm building this basically from scratch, so I'm having to spend a long time building up the engine. And one part of the game engine is tracking the in-game ticket system. And you use the ticket system for, like, if you get stuck or someone is griefing or someone said something inappropriate and you want to report them or whatever, it shows up like this. To me, I can see, like, here's an issue that someone opened up very, very early on, like way back in May, and it's like what you'd expect. They type in the problem, there's maybe a back and forth between them and the GM, that kind of thing, and you can close it when it's done, that kind of thing. So up until today, the entire database is transmitted to me whenever I log in as a GM. It's like getting to be pretty enormous. It's also not conducive to work with a real database, because I'm not using a real database yet. It's just all in one huge JSON file. So trying to migrate this to a real database and making the front end ask the back end for just the information it needs to display and not the entire database. So you can imagine, instead of getting all the tickets in the entire game, we might only want to query for the number of tickets so we can actually see it once. And then we don't need all the details of every ticket. We only need to see at first the summary information. And then maybe if we click into a bug, then maybe we would see this extra detail. So that's what I'm working on today. Is it okay to have those asserts? It is for tests. So this is part of a test framework. These are called unit tests. So we're just testing. In this case, it is that when a player's name is changed, it's reflected in all the tickets that involve that player, right? So basically the entire system is simulated except for the thing we're testing. And in this case, it is the part of the game which receives this message, the change profile, and then it's expected to give us back that the ticket got updated because the name changed. So the asserts and expects are basically to check that that one small part of the game that we're testing did what it was expected to do. So I try to stick to it, the style of having the expected value first and then the actual value. And I try as much as I can in the tests I'm writing nowadays to put all the expects and asserts in the assert section. In the past, I got kind of loose and lazy and put some asserts in the act. But I tried to stick to this approach where you set up what you need for this particular test on top of the common setup. You do the thing that will trigger the action you're testing, and then you check the side effects. So arrange, act, assert. Yeah. So it's not really much. Not the fact that it's C++. It's that it's a unit test. Sup? Wait a minute. Play poker badly. You're still playing poker badly? Yeah, I would think by now you'd be pretty good at playing poker. One of these days it's going to be I play poker superbly, and I'll know that was you, and that finally you got good at playing poker. Spot on the overhead might be worth loading the content of every ticket that you could see at once, not just a summary, so it can load the ticket near instantly. Well, it could be based off of how much extra time the server has, maybe. Like, if there's nothing else going on, it could just be in the background, send the GM ticket information. But I at least want to start where it only gives it what it needs. And then once I have this mechanism where it can do queries, maybe the front end will just query information in the background and tell the server, well, you only respond if you have time. And then it would maybe just keep saying, hey, you got some time to tell me about these tickets? No? Okay, fine. But then eventually say, okay, here's some more ticket information you might need later. Your luck's gotta run out sooner or later. Yeah, your bad luck. Alright, so these all pass now, right? Yay. So I'm gonna rebuild the release build. Which window is it? This one. Okay. Actually, that's gonna take a while. I need to do some front end changes too, right? Because we're adding this last changed. So that was in the JavaScript as ticket or history, right? In the JS files. Ticket history, I guess. We can just narrowly look for that. Or last changes. Actually, we can just look for history length. So in all of these places, instead we're going to use the new field, which is last changed. Right? Actually, no, this will still use it. Hold on a second. Actually, there are two things we need. We need a last changed time, and we also need to know we need to have another number here. So I'm going to have to go back to the backend and add a second thing, which is this is the number of changes that the player has seen, and this is the number of changes total. I just want to fix the place it was breaking now, which was in debugger here, tickets.js at the top, not the middleware, the view, this one. So this is now, instead of ticket history length, it's just ticket last changed. So as long as this is, no, it's not done building. Let me continue working. We'll assume for now that we'll get a history for that. Thank you for the follow. Gonna make sure I don't need to change anything else. Oh, thank you for the follow. So here's another place, right? So this is just last changed. And this is last changed. There we go. Done building it? Yes. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Stop the server. Update the code and run it again. And as soon... So I can redock that and just reload. Wait for the server to come up. It just came up. So I'm going to have to reload again. Okay, there it goes. Oh, there we go. So I'm getting the summary information only. I should probably verify that that's exactly what I'm getting. So undock, reload, and I should see that I am not getting ticket information yet. Oh, wait a minute, I am. Oh, it's setting the empty query for all the servers, right? So that's going to happen, and every server should have an empty ticket list because the query is set to empty. Then the moment I click that, it's going to change the summary, and there we go. So this should only be the summary information without any history. And it'll have a last changed in there. Actually, we could use version for the other field that we were looking at, right? Version should match the... Will version always be the number of history elements? It probably is. Okay. Yeah, that's always incremented. Why do we have that separate then? Why is that a separate number? Probably because that was dumb. Version, right? That is to make sure that two GMs don't change the same ticket at the same time. There's a version check. That's really important for consistency. Ticket.version. And that's the only place where it's used. Okay, so in CPP, where's version used? A bunch of unrelated things. Okay. Right, so 1, because there's one thing in the history. For any new ticket. Oh, wait a minute. This is different. There's 1, but there's 2 things in the history. Okay, so that's important. The version number might be different from the number of things in the history. But why not just make this a 2? So create and then attach a note, and it just happens to be you never saw version 1. Wouldn't that be smarter? Because from then on, they always track together, right? We add 1. But that's an update always attaches a new history item, right? Wait, why are we... Oh, we're including it because the executor makes that final decision. So there should be hits in the executor. There we go. That's a different... Okay, here we go. On update, right. We get the current version and we get the new version. And if they're not... Why is it less than or equal to? Oh, I guess I figured we can jump version numbers. That'll never really happen though, right? Anyway, we assign the new version, but we should always be adding something to the history. Where does that happen? Oh, do these individual things do that? So are we always adding to the history in all of these things? Add, yeah. State adds, yeah, so we're always adding. Okay. So I think I can obsolete this version number. because that just is a copy of the number of history elements, except for that one case where we started at a version 1, but it had 2 things in the history. But I could just make that a 2, and then we're back to it being redundant. Okay, let me make a note to do this in GitHub, because I don't want to do it right now, but I don't want to forget. There's the GitHub, and everyone is always encouraged to, if they have an idea for the game, to go ahead and post a new issue here. The worst is that I might say, oh, well, I don't know about that. New issue. So, in-game tickets version field is redundant. We could still include it in the message to the clients, but it's redundant because we also have the history length. So every ticket has a history array, and each time a ticket is changed... Oh, and every ticket has a history array, and this array grows by 1 each time a ticket is changed. Therefore, we don't really need a separate version field, since this can be computed as the length of the history array. So I'm going to make this more like a refactoring, right? Because it's just a redundant field. Submit new issue. There we go. But we'll keep it for now. Yeah, we're using it to enforce consistency. Exactly. That it's first come, first serve. It goes through where were we looking at? In the executor, since that's where everything is synchronized. Where are you, executor? Right there. So the first change, let's say it's at version 1, and then 2 GMs both try to change it, so they'll both try to set version 2. The first one will work, but the second one, they will be equal. Oh, that's bad. Shouldn't it be less than? That's a bug. This should be just less than. Oh, wait a minute. No. The first, at first it'll be 1, and so the current version will be 1, and the new version will be 2, right? Then the second time it'll be 2, and then it'll also be 2. And then they're equal, so it's stale. So it'll also happen if they try to write an old version. Like, not just that they missed writing the next version, but they tried to rewrite an old version. So yeah, the second GM to try to set version 2 will get this error back, saying, "Well, what you thought the ticket was, that's stale." But yeah, we don't need to use the version. We can just use the length of the ticket's history for this. I'll keep it there for now. Going back to this here, this is going to be broken because the history doesn't exist. It's undefined. Thank you for that follow. So when we select a ticket, it actually needs to go and how come I can't see this? Pretty print? Oh, it's showing the compiled version. I guess we're seeing it here. Right. We can't reflect that we've seen it until we actually query and get it. So selecting a ticket needs to be a 2-step process. When they click on a ticket number, we have to ask the server, please give us all the information about this ticket. And then once the server gives us the ticket, now we have the full ticket information, and we can change the panel to the ticket panel. And also do this reflect that we've seen it. So really I should be moving this, shouldn't I? We haven't seen it until we get the details for it. Yeah, I'm going to end up moving this code here. Yep, sorry, not using Rust. You want to know about two streamers who are? Mr. Halsey and Museum. Check out their streams. It's on my list of things to learn. It's not 2020 yet. Okay, I'm just trying to think in my head how I'm going to change this. So it's all, it starts there and select ticket. So we haven't seen it yet, so we can't reflect that we've seen it until we've actually requested it. We shouldn't do that either. Really, this whole thing needs to be moved. Select ticket should not be caught by the ticket middleware at all. But I need to move this somewhere. So I'm going to put a bookmark there. Do you consider doing the backend in JS as well now that you've worked with it more? I got too much C++ in the bones, so to speak. Oh, by the way, hi, horse. I promised one day to do Rust. Unsafe code. That's how Rust works. I don't know. Hideo knows. You know more than I do about Rust, apparently. I know that it is the subject of some jokes, and that part of the community makes jokes about Rust, and the other part of the community actually uses it seriously. So I don't know what to think. All right. I really should just look at this select ticket, right? Because yeah, the session reducer uses it. Well, hold on. Oh, it's the value of selected ticket comes into play in the view. Right. There's going to be like, if there's a ticket selected, show the ticket, right? It will be in tickets. Tickets panel. Here it is. Right. If you have a selected ticket, show it. So if we delay showing until we fetched it, that'd probably be the best, right? So we would change our subscription to show the details of a ticket, and then when we would get those details back, we would assume we've selected that ticket, right? Makes sense to me. So I need to do the backend for actually getting the details for a ticket first. Let me review this to make sure that the summary information look okay. Last change, this still works. Looks okay to me. This is showing them all. Had a lot of test tickets. I just can't look at the details of any one ticket. Actually, the test would be, can I make a change to a ticket? So let me open another window. Let's open up incognito window. Log in. Sure. Remember me in the incognito window, please. Hunter2 is the password I set. Okay, let me change, I don't know, ticket 20, I guess. We're going to be looking at that, make sure that that timestamp changes. Actually, I wonder, does it resort correctly? Let's change ticket 20. Oh, wait a minute, I can't change ticket 20, and this is all broken. The summary is broken, but but this is using the old code, so this'll work. And so notes cannot be added until the GM has reviewed the ticket. What? Oh, because it's not open, and I can't open it. So let me pick an open one. Number 8. Number 8. Test. Add. Oh, that worked. It put number 8 at the top, and the last time is just now. Cool. And then can I close it? How come I can't am I not allowed to close an issue I reported? because it's open, right? So I need to go to one that's new and like 20, and I should be able to close it. No, I can't. Can't close something I reported. Wait a minute. I can't close an open one either? I wonder why that doesn't work. Rate limit exceeded. I hit the rate limit by clicking the button too much. So why does it not let me close the ticket? I wonder if I broke that. Probably. Anyway. You just use Go and Ruby? Leave me alone with your hipster languages. I might get to work on Rust next year, as you want to convert certain files on the client before uploading to save some money. Sounds good to me. Go and Ruby, two other languages that I don't know. Why was that ticket reopened? Maybe that... Was that ticket reopened? Maybe that might cause weird logic. It was not... The close isn't working at all. It's number 8's remaining open. That's going to be a separate issue. Maybe I just put... I don't even know if it's a bug or just because I broke it temporarily. Let me put it in the notebook right now. Possible bug. Can no players can't close new tickets, right? They opened. I wanted it so that if they open up by accident, they can close it. But if the GM has marked it open, then the GM's looking at it. You don't want it to be closed on them. So anyway, all right, we'll close this for now. Let's change the backend. I want to actually get details of tickets. So subs, I guess. The test for subs. No, it was tickets. I removed it, right? Tickets tests. Here we go. So ticket subscription, no query, query summary, and then I want to get like ticket details. Get set ticket subscription query details. So we had this example ticket, right? And should we include the last changes regardless? Actually, I don't think I need to because it's in the history. I should be consistent though. I think it should always include the last change and we should just not remove the history. So this would be details. And then I need to include the ID here. I should probably have another test where the ID is different. And the ticket ID is here. Actually, I think ID has a special significance, so I'm just gonna make it ticket ID. Remove the double quotes there. And then we're gonna expect to get... I'm just gonna keep the format of the message the same, and we're gonna get one ticket with that information. That means I should probably have a second ticket, just to make sure it doesn't show up. So that would be adding another one. So I don't care about its ID, but we should add a second ticket, right? Let's just make a few changes to this one. So, oops, I forgot the JSON object part of that. Hey there, Nick. How are you doing today? In the history, it shows the ticket was closed before. I don't think that matters, but maybe, Toulouse. The ticket history might have gotten screwed up on that one. And by the way, hello. Let's have them report each other. At the same time, why not? That other guy, that guy was a jerk too. I just wanted to be slightly different. The idea is we don't want him to we only want one ticket to show up, not the other one. All right. I think we're set. This will fail. Probably it's going to be empty because it's neither empty string nor summary. Run. Yeah, it's empty. Okay. So to fix that, it's in subs. It's in, well, no, hold on. It's not necessarily in subs. It's wherever this is called from. Actually, there are a bunch of places where I need to do this, right? Maybe it's this make tickets message. Right. Yeah. Hold on. Where is make tickets message called from? And from send tickets, which is called from when you change your query. Okay. So I need to have tests where we change a ticket that we're looking at its details. We change a ticket that we're not looking at. And when we remove a ticket we were looking at, when we remove a ticket we were not looking at. I need those extra tests eventually. But we're just fixing this one, right? So I can just go to where that compared it to summary, not there. Forward, no, back. I've lost the place. Shoot. Go back to here. Here. Right, so we're not doing with all for detailed, right? Else if client tickets query equals details, then we're not doing with all, we're actually looking up one of them, right? Moderation tickets. Get. Yep, get, and then it needs a ticket ID, so that's... I see the problem here. That was just a JSON value. It can't just be details. Okay, I need to change this a bit. Let's make a query type. So there and there, I'll put type. And then this will be client tickets query ticket ID. And then if they ask for a ticket that doesn't exist yet, I guess we'll do nothing. So we have to check. This returns the ticket itself, right? Const auto ticket. There's a with all, but there's not a with one, right? It's just a get, and the get gives us always a copy. That's fine. We'll just apply the query to it. So make that auto. This thing mutates its input. What happens if I do a standard move into this? Will it always make a copy? And what if I make that R value reference? I'll worry about that later. I'm like looking into, I'm thinking, try to avoid a copy if I don't need it, right? But who cares right now? Let's just make it functional. Hey there, Meridium. And hey there, Pablo. Right, so if there was no ticket, what will this do? Oh, it's actually gonna make an empty one. We don't want that. How do we check if a ticket exists? I guess it's contains. We should do the contains. Actually, that makes more sense. So we'll say, if it contains that ticket number. Actually, well, let's just extract this once. Ticket ID. Const auto or const int ticket ID is that. If the tickets contains a ticket of that ID, then get the ticket out and we're going to apply a query to it. So why don't I just do that? That way, it will be reused, right? Moved in. That's how it works. So we're going to apply it. Actually, I just want this. I want to do this whole thing, right? Exactly. We can do that. Make it look right. And this is ticket ID. And return true. I don't return true here. I just do that. There we go. Okay, but where we set that query, I need to be careful. We set that where? I'll find it just somewhere. Right here. Currently working on software which uses a socket for continuous connection between client and server, and implementing a protocol for your communication. Do you have any recommendations, tips, anything you need to care? Not really. I mean, the only thing that comes to mind is, well, there are two things, I guess. The number one thing that came to mind is if it's for a real server and a real world application, you'll probably want the server handling of the socket to be pretty efficient. So you might want to look up like how large servers deal with like thousands of connections at once. And there are tricks for doing that where like instead of making one thread for every connection, you can have pools of connections handled by small number of threads. And, you know, I would just look up articles that talk about how to efficiently handle thousands of connections simultaneously on the same server. The second thing that comes to mind is if you're designing the protocol, look at similar protocols for ideas on how they're designed efficiently. Protocol buffers, yeah, that's an implementation detail to make efficient memory use for your protocol implementation. I don't know those things now. Sorry. Just a small project for university? Okay. Protheus, ADVPL? Don't have any idea, sorry. Okay, yeah, so this I want to modify. This we want to get the type, right? So we can assume that this is going to be an object, which at least has a type where we take the query string out as the type for now. And then we can say if, let's pull this out once. So const standard string type is that. Then we can put type here. Whoops. I can put type there, and I can say if type is details, then we're also going to extract a ticket ID, right? Message ticket ID. There we go. Yeah, protocol, again, protocol buffers, it's a library you can use that lets you handle very efficiently messages that you're sending and receiving over a socket. And picking apart the various fields that are in the headers for different protocol layers. So I just know of it. I haven't, I don't use it. I kind of made my own version of that years ago. because I like to make things from scratch mostly. But I was also familiar with, there's an implementation called Zero IP. No, that's something else. Zero, it was free BSD, no, free RTOS, I think, free RTOS? No. It was a embedded operating system kind of like FreeRTOS, but I forget the name of it. But they had like a zero copy TCP/IP implementation that was pretty cool, and where you would pass buffers from one layer to another without copying them. And I think Protocol Buffer supports the same kind of thing, but I don't know for sure. Okay, let's run the unit tests again. I broke everything. How did I break everything? Oh, it's including the history again. Chris? Hey, Chris. How are you doing? Hey there, Oblivioner. Howdy, CM Griffing. I did a shout out earlier, but I'll do it again. So, you see the overlay above me? It might look familiar to you raiders because it's the stream overlay made by CM Griffing. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. Yeah, so everyone who was watching CM Griffing now is watching me. I'm doing something completely different. I'm not so much a web dev, but a longtime C++ programmer, and like the links that Nui got from the bot, I'm working on a game. Today, I'm working on the in-game ticketing system of the game. So this is what the game looks like. It has built into it a ticketing system that you could use to like report bugs in the game or report other players for doing bad things. And up until now, it's a very crude API between the client and the server. The client just says, hey, give me all the tickets. And the server says, okay, here's the database. And I've been working on improving that to where if we're looking at the summary list of the tickets, it just shows the summary and not all the details. And if you pick one specific ticket, it gives you all the history of just that one ticket. So changing the API between my game server and the client, basically. Like the custom VIP color? The cool blue? Yeah. It does match your name's color, at least in my chat. Moist, how are you doing? What percentage of my time do you say you spend on planning and preparing versus actual work and coding? It depends on the difficulty of the task. Most things nowadays, I spend maybe 1% of the time planning, 99% of the time actually doing it. But if it's a harder thing, I might spend more like 10%, 20%. And the planning would be mostly research and learning something new that I need to learn, like a new algorithm. Using an API first strategy or thought about using it. Not sure what you mean by API first, but right now I'm just keeping it simple. So how come it's not showing up in my list of windows? I want to show the tests. Oh, because it's here. The API is pretty... Whoop, how did I get to there? Open that, please. I'm looking at the wrong things. Where am I trying? I'm trying to look at this. Here's the API. You can ask the server, give me a summary of all tickets. And it tells you a list of tickets. And for every individual ticket, the history has been removed. Right? And then if you say, well, now give me the details of a specific ticket, it'll give you the same package, but it should only have one ticket in it, and that ticket will have the complete history. So we don't remove the history. We add a last change to it, but the history will be present. So it's right now keeping the history of every ticket out of it until you ask for details. So this is migration one step at a time. Eventually, these queries will probably be some kind of query language to feed into a database. And the results will be basically wrapped up output from a database. 1% planning, 2% doing, 97% refactoring a week later. That's pretty close to the truth, isn't it, playing with scissors? So basically you have everything in mind of what you want to do. For me, it mostly is I have a vague idea of what I want to do, and then I'll make steps towards what I want. And as I'm going, it gets refined. It's kind of like how like a military operation would work. You can't make your plan too detailed because you don't because no plan survives first contact with the enemy, right? So for me, basically no plan I can make really survives first contact with actual real world use cases and bugs and how people are going to expect things to operate. So I just make one step at a time. We'll try adding this. Let's see how it goes. Okay, and then build off of that and one step at a time. Use OpenAPI. We supply the API YAML to generate or YML to generate the API and implement the functionality. Okay. I don't have that. It's for me. It's not as sophisticated. For me, the APIs are JSON messages sent over a WebSocket, and then what the format is of the JSON message sent back in the opposite direction. So, why did it go there? I want to go on network. Yeah. So, when the query is empty, you get no tickets, and then when you set the query to be summary, it gives you the summary of all the tickets, and each individual ticket has no history in it. It just has a version number, so you know it's changed 3 times, or it was created and then changed twice, but there's no detail information. And I might even remove some of this stuff, like description could be a short description. You know, I could play with this, but yeah, right now it's just JSON in, JSON out. Just hide that, I guess. Okay. I broke this, and I was gonna go see what broke. That's what happened. Okay. The history is present, and it shouldn't be. That's the problem, right? Okay, how did I break that? We're just asking for the history, or for the summary, right? Why are we getting the complete ticket back out? I probably broke it right here, right? The type is the query. Oh, I am breaking it exactly there. So yeah, we need to search for this string. Everywhere where I use that, I need to consider. Oh, I think I know what it is. This feeds into apply ticket query, doesn't it? And then that looks at it like this, whereas this should be type. There we go. That was probably it. Cool. Okay, so it's not broken, it's just the new test isn't done yet. The details aren't correct. Well, the history is there. So what didn't match? The version number is 1, right? Where's version? Here's 1. So what's different? There's the history. One problem is that it says this is the expected value and it formats it nicely, and here's the actual value and it's not formatted nicely. You do have the same thing, so specification is how REST API should be specified. No difference there. Okay. Okay, what's different? I hate that I can't really see it side by side. Oh, is it including all of the tickets and not just one? Yeah, I think that's what it is. Oh, maybe not. Okay, I'm just gonna take this, put it in a new file, paste, tell the thing that it's JSON, format it, and what's wrong here? Oh, that is not needed. So that's one file, and then what's the other one look like? The other one looks like this stuff. So paste that, get rid of one set of curly braces, tell the editor that this also is JSON, please format it. And then what's the difference between these two? Oh, the last changed is missing. The last change is missing. That's what it is. I remember. I know where this is done. Last changed here. So we need to do this always. I should take this and put it there. Which means putting that there. And which means I need to do that first because it might be removed. Yeah, there we go. Hey there, pray it. State new also. I missed where that was. Sorry. I sometimes because of the stream delay, I forget I don't know the context. You don't have prettifier, then you post the output. I do, but it's broken. I never bothered to go fix it. Oh, diffing the JSON. The state new, I think, was in both. The new and the new right there. It's just I saw just tabbing back and forth that, oh, that line's missing. This, by the way, the ability that I can do that because I can do this and get the answer, I'm now less likely to actually fix the original problem, which is that it didn't prettify the output correctly. Because now I got it working and I have no incentive to go fix the output thing. But I should probably put that in. Hey there, Sferis, how are you doing? Let me do the right thing and put it as a ticket here. I'm assuming it's the way I do JSON stuff, so let me actually I don't know where I'll just put it in with the main game tickets. I'll say unit tests don't show proper diffs for JSON values. I think that it is a bug. There. Now I have a proper bug in GitHub for it. Maybe we should also get a diff tool. If you do it correctly with gtest, it will show it as a diff. It's just they have to be close to each other in appearance when you print them. So because one was completely formatted and the other one was completely unformatted, it's not able to diff them properly. I'm doing okay, Spheris. I hope you're doing all right. I'm slowly making progress on putting in, well, how to best just show this, I guess. Different ways that you can get the in-game ticket information from my game. So you can either ask for a summary or you can ask for details. Details will give you all the information about one ticket. Summary will give you overall information about all tickets that you're allowed to see. And so this is to cut down on the amount of data that's sent by the game server to the front end. Still working on learning some ECS stuff. That's cool. My tooling... I could probably show a diff between these. Let's see. Diff... Well... Maybe not. There's probably a plugin for it, but I don't know it. There's probably a plugin to give me a diff between two buffers. I could save them and run diff on it, I guess. But I might as well just fix the gtest output to be formatted, and then gtest would tell me that the difference. Yeah, I mean, sure. You can have git run diff for you, sure. Why did I choose CPP for the backend? Just because of my history. So that I've been working on C++ for so long. I'm used to it. I like it. No other reason. So I could have picked any server suitable language or framework for it. I could have used Node or Rust or whatever. But C++ is something I like. Okay, so we can do specific queries, but I was going to add some tests, right? Because we have tests for ticket update announce, and this needs to be these all need to be further clarified, right? This is when subscribed to summaries, to summary. Now it's different if you're subscribed to details. If the ticket it's updated is a different ticket, we won't get a message. If it's the same ticket, we'll get all the details. So let's take this one, for example, and make 2 copies of it. This one will be ticket update announcement, subscribe to details, same ticket. So we need to take the ticket number here and put that in here as ticket ID and change this to details. So we expect that the history will not be removed, and it will get an update with that entire ticket information, right? Actually, I want to change this. I want it to be that we don't get a ticket update, we just get a tickets again. Do I want to change both things? I'll do one thing, I'll do it one step at a time, that's what I'll do. So that's one test case. And then the other one will be if it's a different ticket. If it's a different ticket, we won't get any message back. So ticket update ticket update not announced when subscribe to details different ticket. Yeah, Spherus is studying the ECS in Unity. Was it called DOTS or something like that? Control P, file compare, active file with. So let's try that. Compare. If I could spell correctly. Oh, with. Oh, thank you very much. I didn't know that. I will give you a useless internet point. Congratulations. So that's very useful to know. Let me put that in my notebook. Another way to diff 2 buffers is to do compare file with and then select the other. And we got that. And we saw the last change was different. Can you automate automatic testing? Somewhat. You could build into your tools that every time you hit save, or maybe after every minute or so, to run all of your tests, and then maybe alert you if something changes, whether pass or fail, I guess. You like to spend that point on asking what is an ECS. You don't have to spend the point. I can tell you what, from my perspective, it is. I put it in my log here, not the log, notes. Entity component system. So it's the concept of splitting data from logic. And it's mostly used in games because in games you have a lot of data. I guess you could call it a pattern like was first is saying, sure. So you apply this general pattern that anything that has identity has one or more entities associated with it. And all that, for me, this is not the same for like Unity and other things, but for me, an entity is just an ID number. And that ID is used to couple one or more pieces of components data together, where a component data is just storage of variables. So in my game, for example, if I were to pick this wall here, there are 2 components. Its position and its tile. The position is just where it is in the world in the game. The tile is how to display it. I could pick a different tile if I wanted. I can make it look like lava. Now it looks like lava, right? Or let's go back to mountains. Now if I change its position component, it physically moves it in the world like that. Now the tile didn't change, but its position changed. More sophisticated entities like George here will have many other components. Like he has an NPC component which has all the variables that you would want to have for an NPC. He also has like an attached dialogue, so you could talk to him, and he has like responses that he'll give you for things that you ask him. So that's what, for me, what each component is a different aspect or slice of the data that fills in variables for an entity or something that has identity, right? Now, so far, none of this has any logic or code. It's just data. So where code comes in is this sometimes I think of it as a third dimension to the problem. It's the systems that you apply to these entities and their components. So, for example, George has a system called the NPC AI, where it applies to him because he is an NPC, and that code is triggered by events like a game tick or something happens in the game. Um, the systems that apply to George will look at George's components and maybe other entities around him and decide what to change or what to do. So, for example, if George gets too close to these slimes here, he will go pursue them to the death. There you go. Go get him, George. You got this. Yeah. Kill them. Kill them all. And then returning back to where he started. All of that's done by the systems in the game. And the systems, the way it works for me is the systems are just pure code. They have no variables. Data is all variables and no code. And they kind of mesh together like you would have coordinate systems in a graph. So, of course, every ECS is going to be different, but this kind of fits well for me. And I have a prototype of this in my GitHub called Iron Glove, an Iron Glove backend, where I just tried out these ideas and they worked pretty well. So that's what I do for my game now. That's what an ECS is for me. It's just how you store all the game data and the code that operates on the game data, how you keep them separate, and how you reuse things. So, for example, the way we draw George and the way we draw a mountain, it's the same thing. It's that they have a position and a tile. And moving George or moving the mountain is just going into the position component and changing the coordinates, right? If you have, like the rendering system that draws all this, doesn't care if George is an NPC or not. It's just George happens to have a tile in a position, so draw him right there because that's where he is. So it allows your systems to focus on just a subset of the data that the system cares about. Like the last example I gave you, the rendering system only cares about positions and tiles, doesn't care about anything else. The logic that has George chasing other NPCs doesn't care about tiles or dialogues or anything else like that. It really only cares about position and capabilities. This M stands for movement capabilities. That's why he cannot walk on water, because he doesn't have the flag required in his movement capabilities. So when he is figuring out his pursuit paths, he has got to go around the water because he doesn't have the capability to swim. So the systems are looking at George, his movement capability, his current position, to kind of figure out, well, should he move? And if so, where does he move and why? The AI logic is a little bit more complicated because you only want him to chase enemies. You don't want to have him chasing mountains. He's not Don Quixote, right? So it has to do searches for specific entities that have other components that have matching criteria. So it gets a little bit complicated, but you get the idea. So yeah, that was useful to learn how you do diffs between these buffers. Right, so when a ticket update is not announced when you're subscribed to details, but for a different ticket. So let's say we have this ticket ID, and let's subscribe to a different ticket. We would expect to not get any messages. Instead of doing expect false, which would do a timeout, let's do this first part, which is flush all the messages. And then I don't have to do that. And then we would expect it to be empty. Like that. Let's just do let's just make these two tests pass for right now. Some people claim that they can write bugless code. I don't like to make judgments like you can't or you can. I'd prefer to say that I'm skeptical, and I would be surprised to find anyone who could write bugless code all the time. So everyone can, at one point or another, write something and find that there are no bugs. It's all a matter of probability, though, and complexity. So if you write "Hello World," like here, I'm gonna write a flawless program, right? No bugs. So we're going to include standard.io.h, and we're going to have this editor. This is C, by the way. And we're going to have an int main, and it has an int arg v and a character pointer arg. This is a C, by the way. Arg v, and we're going to printf hello world. Guarantee there's no bugs there. Bugless code. I just wrote it. Now, the more I write into this main, the less likely it's going to be bugless. I like to think of a bug is an error that you haven't found yet. Or you found it and you haven't fixed it yet. So bugless implies there's no errors, neither found or unfound. And it's so evident there's no bug here that. So anyway, sure, you can write bugless code, but how useful would that code be? Um, the more useful something is, generally the more features it has, the more complicated it's going to be. So the more apt are going to have bugs in them. Now the probability of bugs goes down if you employ tricks like building it piece by piece with tests and all that stuff. You'll still have bugs, but you'll catch the bugs really quickly, and then the bugs will go away faster. Sure. Higher the likelihood of bugs, yeah. I mean, there are other things that increase likelihood of bugs. Writing code and not writing tests. Your bugs will stay around longer. Writing code that no one else could read. You'll have bugs because you just don't see them quick enough. So yeah. Anyway, why unit testing? Unit testing doesn't prevent bugs. What unit testing does is allows you to see them faster, and to. You could also argue that by doing unit tests, you're forcing yourself to write code in a way that you're less likely to put bugs in the first place. But it's all kind of subjective, and it differs depending on the programmer and also the context, the type of program you're writing, who you're writing it with, who you're writing it for. A lot of variables are involved. Anyway, run the tests. I didn't expect that to work right away. Did I not build this? Oh no. Okay. Actually, yeah. We're just making... Okay, I actually thought that would fail. It didn't fail. Oh. Because it reuses the same logic, the applying the query. But I should have these tests, though. Let me put the other tests in there. Yes, so let's include... ticket removed, announced when subscribed to details, same ticket. So it's details. I'm going to copy from one of these other tests because I'm lazy. This one. Ticket ID is there, and so that is true. But then we should not be told it's removed if we subscribe to a different ticket. Ticket removed not announced when subscribed to details, different ticket. Saw an interesting C# pattern yesterday that gets rid of null. You mean the null object pattern? You heard of that one? I had a friend in my last job who was really into this. Null object pattern. So you don't use null anymore because instead you have an object which takes the place of null, and you can populate that object with neutral or nullish behavior, and then you don't need null checks anymore because if something happens to be null, well, you're just operating on the neutral behavior, which does not. So like mutation does nothing. Querying properties just gives you defaults. So it's a legitimate design pattern. And yeah, like they say here, Object-C sort of builds this in that you can send a message to nil, it just does nothing. And if you ask it for stuff, it just gives you defaults. So was it the same thing? Was it the null object pattern? It wasn't the null object pattern, so something else. But just not having it. You mean by like not having pointers? So everything is a value type? That's the other way you do it. You just restrict it so you can't have references or pointers. If everything is passed by value, then you can't have a variable unless you were given something, and then it can't be null. If you're saying that it's using references or pointers and not the null object pattern, I don't know how that would work. That sounds really interesting. The value type is an enum, some value, or none value. Yeah, but isn't that just moving what null means to be an enum value? Yeah, this question dot is syntactic sugar. It's doing a null check internally, inside. Yeah, it's fancy. I do recommend that if you are working with null pointers. Yeah, the example would be interesting to see. All right. That's true too. It's hard to prove that you don't have a bug because the only way that you can know if a bug is present or not, well, okay, you could if you could mathematically prove it somehow. But I think that that's really hard for programming. But yeah, in general, you can only tell if there is a bug. You can't tell if there is not. Yeah, you could if you could write a mathematical proof based on every single character in the source code, but it would be really, really, really complicated. Okay, different ticket. So wait a minute. I already did that. Hold on. Oh, the same ticket is wrong. This should be just ticket ID. Okay, this was a plus one, so it's different. And then the same trick I did before where we don't wait, we just flush and then we should get no messages back. Like that. All right. So there we go. We got an example. Let's put it in the notebook. And then we click it, get the link, and then let's look at it. All non-trivial invariants of a program are hard to prove. I would agree with that, yeah. Forcing to handle null. Blah, blah, blah. Is there a TLDR version? Well, this is the null object pattern. Right. I mean that right there is null. It screams to me null object pattern. But where do they use none? I don't see where it's used. I'm having a hard time reading this code. Oh, has value? Why bother though? Hmm. Did he mention the null object pattern? No. Okay, let me look at this again. I just didn't see where did they use none. The none static value can be used as the none or nothing state, but nothing actually uses it. Why did they bother declaring if nothing uses it? I don't get it. Are they just banking on the fact that by default has value is false for the default constructor? That must be what it is, because the non-default constructor just sets it to true. This just seems to be like the null object pattern with some like excessive checking. Like, why do you care if it is none or not? Yeah. I'm gonna say that it's not exactly the null object pattern, but it's it's um it's founded on the same underlying principles. It's basically saying that everything is a value, even the concept of nothingness, and they choose to express that with this has value flag that they put inside, and you can still get the value out even if it's none. It's just going to be some kind of default. So it's kind of like the null object pattern, but a little bit more explicit. it's being very explicit on if something has a value or not. Whereas in general, the null object pattern is you just make a singleton to represent nothingness, and whenever you wanted to pass null before, you just return it. And it's special in that you can't really change it. It's immutable. And if you try to change it, it just does nothing. Nothing happens. Kind of like if you write to dev null on Unix. I'm going to help you figure out how to solve an issue at work. Really? We were just looking at something Spheros linked earlier about a way to handle the concept of null without using actual null in C#. Okay, running the test again. All right, yeah, I didn't expect it to fail. I'm really basically just filling in all the cases I think I should have. Right, the new issue should never be given when we're looking for details. So new issue ticket not announced when subscribed to details. So here, we're always going to be subscribed to something that's not the one we just added. So I need to make sure it's not the same number, right? Okay, see you, Spheros. Have a good stream. You have a bunch of objects with nullable values and you wanted to detect if it was null or just not present. Interesting. Yeah, so it's the same kind of thing. You have just an object that represents null. Kind of like for floating point numbers, there is a floating point value that represents not a number. Looked into changing scroll bar. It's actually a lot of work. It requires installing, one of those rabbit holes. Is it similar to power mode? Power mode is also another one of those rabbit holes that the VS Code power mode. This is one plugin that CM Griffin uses. But if you read about how they implemented it, it's like a big rabbit hole about how it actually works. Because it does some crazy stuff with CSS or something like that. It relies on using text edit decorations. So yeah. I think all is fair as long as you get what you want in your VS Code, right? So yeah, you can link it if you want. There we go. I will look at that later. Custom, so it's basically drawing the scroll bar with custom CSS. I see. Cool. Let's give you a point. I should have given Spheros a point for that other thing too. It's really seriously, Spheros didn't have any points before? We need to make sure that this ticket ID is not going to be what we get from this. Actually, I can ask the mod queue what it will be, right? Get next ticket ID and then subtract 1. Why not? So it's not going to be the next one. So null this junk, and then, excuse me, we shouldn't get any message back out. I'm not going to handle the case where you subscribe to a ticket that doesn't exist yet, because I don't think that matters. You're somebody now. You have one, now you have 3 useless internet points. Wow. All right. Okay, everything is good. We're still passing everything. What's the difference between new player ticket and new issue ticket? I don't really think it matters. I'm not going to bother with that. This one, maybe it matters. Let me think about this. Yeah, let's do this. Let's add a test for this. Player name change reflect in ticket updates when subscribed to details. I'm not going to bother about subscribe to details of a different ticket because I don't think it matters. Because it's looping through every ticket, and it should see if you're subscribed to it, then tell you about it. Although I wonder if I should have 2 of them. Yeah, let's have two of them. Ticket 1 and ticket 2, because there's no real harm in that. And we will okay, what does this return? It returns a structure with content and an ID in it. All right, so ticket 1 ID would be what we subscribe to. Where's the subscribe done? Right here. Details. Ticket ID. Ticket 1 ID. This will actually change ticket 1 and ticket 2, won't it? Yeah, it should change both of them. And the history will be included. So don't remove the history. Yes. All right. Okay, yeah, I expected that to fail. Or did I? Wait a minute, hold on. I think I might have screwed up the other test. They're passing when they shouldn't. Yeah, hold on. Details. Correct. Right, we did not remove the history. Remove is fine. Right, okay, yeah, it's because they're not... Okay, got it. No problem. This will be a problem, though. Not that one, this one. The problem will be that the history is not included, right? Oh, it is. So what is different? Oh, it's giving us both tickets. Okay, so that's a problem. So let's look for ticket update. Make ticket change announcement. Okay. So really this one should not, we should not do this if it's being filtered out, right? Hold on. What is this stuff? That's not the right thing. Apparently the mouse wheel is a good way to navigate the tab scroll bar too. Yeah, that's cool. It's sort of counterintuitive to me that you scroll up and down to go left and right. Here, we'll give you another useless internet point. But yeah, that is true. Wherever there's a scroll bar, even if it's horizontal, that will work. I think this is it right here. We might not want to announce it at all if it doesn't, if we're not looking at the ticket. How do I do this generically? Now, won't we have the same problem here? The new ticket thing should have broken too. I'll have to look at that in a second. For this one, yeah, it should be only if the ticket matches. How do we check this? It's if client second tickets query type equals summary, or client second tickets query type equals details, and client second This is horrible code. I already know this is horrible. Ticket ID interpreted as an int equals ticket ID. Then, actually, if I reverse this around, I can do continue. So if it's not equal to summary, and it's not equal to details, or it's not equal to. So if it's not a summary, and either it's not details, or it's a different ticket, then continue. But the new ticket, this one should not have passed. This should not have passed. I don't know why this is actually working when it shouldn't work. Because I was looking at the code and it's always going to announce it. So what's happening here for this ticket, for this one? So it goes into there, right? No, why not? Why does it not? Well, there are two clients? There are two clients. Interesting. So it does take an announcement. Oh, did I screw that up? There are two clients. There are two clients. There's an admin and a player. I did screw this up. Who subscribed? The admin did. This is the wrong variable. Completely wrong variable. I need to search for that. That should be admin dot. Admin dot. Wrong variable. Now I bet it'll fail because it'll actually get a message that it shouldn't be getting. Why not place the logical behind and keep them on the respective line? Or the operand on the... Hold on. See if I understand what you're saying in context of this. You're saying place the logic behind... the logical operand behind and keep them on the respective line. You mean like move that to there? Or move that to there? It's just a style thing. I mean, there's lots of ways you could do this. I think that this is ugly anyway. Really, I shouldn't be doing this at all. I should probably have a function that we can call saying, should this client be told about this ticket? And then it'll say, is it summary? Yes. Okay. Is it details? Okay, then check if it's the same ticket they want to know about. If so, then yes. Otherwise, no. So this, I ought to make this just a nice function that doesn't have this ugly logic here. Yeah, I think you're saying to put it like that, right? It's just a style difference. I'm just weird. I never said hi to you either, Farm. Okay. Should I just fix that now? I feel like I should. Where would that method... Where would be the best home for such a method? Maybe the client record itself? So, client record. I have functions here, right? I don't. It's just data, but I could add a function. Why not? Or would it be maybe part of this type? If the type could just not, instead of being a JSON value, it could be a little bit more complex. You would place the logic on the next line, or you wouldn't. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, it's personal preference. The way I see it, if I was working with other people, I would try to write it so that they could read it. But since I'm working just with myself, I just write it so I can read it. And as long as I can read it and the compiler can read it, then we're good. Oh, I see. Yeah. I mean, you could do it that way too. this determination should I put it in a bind it with this type some way? Maybe it should just be a free function for now. So just a static function of client record? I mean, I guess I can do that. Until I think of something better. So static bool. What to name it? Filter match? Ticket filter match. So we're given a ticket filter, const ticket. Wait a minute. What did I call it? Ticket query. Sorry, not filter. Ticket query. Just call it query. And then what do we need? We might want to know the ID and we might want to see the ticket's details for later. Content. All right, and let's document it. Determine whether or not the given ticket should matches the given query. Obviously, a database would do this eventually. Right now, we're just doing it because we don't have a database. This is okay. I've documented this many times. Let's just copy from where I have it somewhere else. This specifies what information the client. Okay, that's really not the best description in this context, is it? Okay. This specifies what information that the ticket should have in order to match. This is the unique identifier of the ticket in the game. And the content. Now this holds all information about the ticket besides its identifier. Alright, so let's implement this. Where to implement it? I don't even think I have a CPP file corresponding to client record yet. Ah, we can add it. Where would it go? That's a public header, so it would be a public source, right? So alongside this one, new file, client record.cpp. Paste. Client record HP. Let's clean this up while we're at it. The newfangled way of doing this is pragma once. Remove that guard at the end. And do this. This module contains the implementation of the methods of the client record structure. So it's inside this namespace. It's just this year we can claim this is client record. Remove the static. Okay, and then I'll add it to the makefiles. So I really should have a test for this too. Where does that go relative to all the other files? Near assets. Where was that? Oh, it's not a header. Right, so here. Right, it's right here. Client record HCPP. Oh, I really should have a test for this, right? Anyway, this is where I want that logic to live. This one right here. Okay. Ooh. Horrible formatting. Let's fix it. So if, and then these are all just query. And it looks like I looked it up more than once, so let's just pull it out one time. Type equals that. Then we can say if type. So if it's summary, return true. If it's details, then check this one. Actually, it's just return this condition that it is the one we're looking at, right? And this is ID, and then return false at the end. Fall through. That's the code I want, and then I could just put this here. If not client dot, or I can just say if not. Yeah, we can do that, right? Second query ID, ticket ID, ticket. There we go. CPP needs a proper build tool. C++ is old, really, and I guess you could argue that the designers of the languages like C and C++ were already used to using tools like make, GNU make, and stuff like that. But yeah, I suppose you could say they thought it was outside the, what do you call it? Outside the scope of the language to actually build it, which seems kind of weird. Now, like, it's sort of a foreign concept compared to today's languages, where the languages sort of have build tools that integrate with the language itself. Bazel build, what is that? I'll have to look at that later. I made an unnecessary copy of the type. Did I? Well, it's because I used it in 2 places. Or is that just old? Oh, this actually makes a type conversion. Are you saying like I could use that? I had to look and see how I did the JSON. Value dot HPP is probably fine. Operator standard string. It's a typecast to a value. I don't have a typecast to a value reference. So it's going to make a copy just because of how my JSON class is designed anyway. It's going to make a copy and I'll have a reference to the copy, won't I? Won't this actually be dangerous? Yeah, I think you're right, iGruck. I should have that, right? Because really this is just doing that in either, well, I'd have to have the null, I'd have to have a null string that I keep around, right? Because this is a temporary or it's a literal. So I'd have to have a static like placeholder for empty string. Yeah, so I should probably just do that at some point. To do, what would these be called? Cast to constant reference type operators for JSON value. Give you a point for that. Right now, it's going to be a copy, though. Sorry. Because I think right now, if I do that, it's going to give me the reference to a temporary, which is dangerous because it ceases to exist after that line is done, right? At least I think so. Yeah, I should have a unit test for this separately, shouldn't I? Thank you for that follow. Can actually still do it? Will it make? So you're saying that? Because it seems to me that it seems natural to me if this is returning a temporary, that this is then getting a reference to a temporary, and that temporary, the scope of that temporary is just that line, right? Unless you're saying that if a function call like this is an index function call, right? If it's returning a temporary, is the scope of the temporary the enclosing scope? If that's true, then this is safe, right? So that temporary exists until line 27, and you can use it up until then. Constant reference to a temporary creates a copy. Okay, I didn't know that. Give you another point for that. So I should do that, because then when I eventually make an overload of the index operator, or a cast to that exact type, then it would remove the copy and wouldn't have to change this code at all, right? This is probably the best. Anyway, I wanted to have a unit test for this specific thing. So source client record tests. Does it really belong in client record? I think it's a temporary home. I think eventually this query thing, it should just go to the mod queue, shouldn't it? It shouldn't go here. Yeah, let me move it. Mod queue has its own tests, right? Right here. So let's move it. Let's move this one to mod queue. Right here. And this is right now client record ticket query. The home of this thing is in, I'm not sure if it belongs to the client record or the mod queue. Really belongs with mod queue, doesn't it? Okay, anyway, I'm going to move it there. I'm going to get rid of this file. I just added it too, and I'm already deleting it. So client record HPP. Let's move this to mod queue. Public method. So I guess it did. Well, there's an imod queue. Yeah, it's concrete. So that means it goes next to add. Well, thank you for that follow. Add. Put it here. So this is client record for now. Include realm server client record, which is safe because client record doesn't depend on it, so we're fine. It's all fine. This is fine here now. Okay. And then let's make a test for it. Mod Q tests. Ticket query match. All right. It works. This is for a patch endpoint. With patch, you modify only the attributes. So there's a difference between the attribute not being set and the attribute being null. Right, like in JavaScript, there's undefined versus null. Makes sense. Do these have a unit? It would be here if I did. I did have a unit. Okay, so even though it's static, we'll just pretend it's not. And then ticket query match. Expect true. We'll have a true case. It needs a query. Right now, that's a JSON object. And then some kind of ID. How about ticket 1? And then content. Oh, ticket. We'll just ask it for it. Get ticket 1. Or should I do it like these? Sure, why not? Ticket 1 content. Okay, so we have two different things, right? Type summary should match both of them. So that is both true, and then we'll have a true for type details. Ticket ID is ticket 1. And but make this one a false. Should I flip it around just to make it complete? So make this one a 2 and then make this a 1. Whoops. Two. Sure. And build. And I didn't undo this one. And then where I use that, it's also going to move, right? Another raid. Alt F4 stream. Hey. How are you guys doing? How was your stream? Alt F4? Assuming it's black glasses? Hello, Gorilla. How are you doing? I'm in the middle of doing some deep black magic with my game's in-game ticket system right now. Right, so that is, let's just call it mod queue the way it is. Let me just get this to compile and I'll give you guys a brief intro. Playing with Scissors linked a 2-minute long video to give you an intro if you've never been here before. But essentially what I'm doing, I'm working on my own online RPG. It is a custom game engine, so everything's from scratch. So I'm working on every aspect of this game, from the visual, cool stuff like pathfinding, like what you're seeing there, to the more menial stuff like the built-in ticketing system and how we move data back and forth between the client and the server. So I'm doing some of that more boring work today. It used to be that when you logged into the game, you would get every bit of information about every ticket that you're allowed to see, sort of like a database dump. And so I'm working on today fine-tuning it so there's an API between the client and the server, so that when you're looking at the list of tickets, it's only giving you the summary information. And when you click a specific ticket, this won't work because I'm working on it right now, but imagine clicking on a single ticket, it would give you more detail, and then so it would be the servers giving us just the information we need and nothing more to reduce the amount of overhead. So I'm working on that today. It's changes to a lot of the data passing within the server and the client too. The rendering API to render in the front end, I'm using Phaser.js. I have that under engine, I think. Yeah. So Phaser, whoops, I mistyped. Phaser is a JavaScript library for building HTML-based games. It could use either Canvas or it could use the hardware accelerated WebGL stuff, depending on your browser's capability and what you have set up in your browser and stuff like that. So I think for me, it's using WebGL. It's abstracted kind of like a game, so each of these little tiles is a sprite, and these little particles are also sprites. It's pretty easy to use. An alternative out there I compared Phaser to was Pixie.js. Either one's fine. I like Phaser because it also includes sound support and it handles Z order for you, whereas Pixie doesn't have sound and it doesn't do the Z order for you. You have to sort it yourself. For the non-graphical stuff, so to speak, the more text-based stuff, I use React. And then for state management in the front end, it's all Redux. So I have reducers to hold on to the state of what we're looking at, and also middleware to handle all the information being passed between the client and the server, like actually sending and receiving messages. Use Phaser 2 CE. Nice. I'm using, I forget what version of Phaser. I think it's 3 traditional. So what is CE though? Like a compact edition? I'm not using any kind of compact edition. All right, so yeah, I'm kind of doing some Alt F4. Thank you for the support. That's 2 whole months. And you've spread cheer to 5 others. How nice. That's only for December, right? The December cheer stuff. But yeah, thank you, Alt-F4. Community, community edition. Interesting. So what's the non-community edition? You're here now. You fell slightly down the rabbit hole with refactoring code to TypeScript. That's my future. People are justifiably asking me to start doing TypeScript, and I am procrastinating and still doing just normal JavaScript. Oh, as normal as you can be with using React and Redux and all that. What am I trying to get to here? This, right? Yeah, I need to do TypeScript one of these days. I figure I will just add new stuff in TypeScript, and then over time, as I feel like it, refactor the old stuff, or maybe just leave it the way it is, right? Keep procrastinating. So I'm doing a little bit of test-driven development here. I use plugins to VS Code to show me what tests I have defined, and then I can actually run them individually or jump to where they are in the source code and show me what's the case here. So in this case, it's expecting an empty object, and instead we're actually getting a removal message. So that's because I wrote the test first to describe some new behavior, and then the server doesn't have this new behavior yet, and so it's going to fail. So this new behavior is that when we subscribe to the details of just one specific ticket, I know it's kind of overlapping chat, I can fix that a little bit. If we've asked the server just to give us details about some ticket and it's different from the one that just got removed, we expect to not get any message about the one that was removed, and instead it's telling us about it. So that's new. That's because it used to tell us about every ticket that was removed. So we have to fix this. The message that it's getting is called ticket removed, so I'm going to find where that's done. Right here. So that's in this make ticket removed announcement message. So right here, it's basically saying if anyone subscribed to any kind of tickets, just tell them about it being removed. So I want to refine this to be more that if this is the new function I was just working on when you guys rated. If within modq, which is a stupid name for the ticket system, I haven't renamed it yet, if we don't match the ticket, then skip it. And to check if there's a match, we first get the query, so that's client, second tickets query, then the ticket ID itself, and then the ticket content, which we don't have. I'm just going to pass an empty value, because it doesn't matter. It was removed. Although I think that we have a copy available when that's called, right? Yeah, we have a copy of it. I could include it. Yeah, why not? Let's include it. So the ID and the ticket. What is this used for right now? Yeah, we are using it. Okay, so we're going to include that in this function. So ticket ID and then ticket. Click it, ticket. Okay, and then I'll copy the description of it here. This is the body of the moderation ticket that was removed. Okay, and then in the definition, include it. And then I can just pass it there, so we can use it with filters. So it'll skip the ticket if it doesn't match our current query. Is Visual Studio the best for coding C++? I tend to think now VS Code is better than Visual Studio because you can use VS Code on Linux, Mac, or Windows. And probably an industrial person could probably get it running on a Raspberry Pi for all I know. Whereas Visual Studio for C++, the only thing I know runs it is Windows. But yeah, it is up to personal preference. You might like the extra tools and plugins in Visual Studio that might not be in VS Code. Who knows? I've gotten like 3 raids today. Today is a good day for raids for some reason. I gotta be mindful about the time though, because in 20 minutes I gotta go to a meeting, and I need to finish a little bit before then. Mindful of time. Okay. So we fixed that one test. Now we're moving on to this one. A new ticket not announced when we're subscribed to detail. I think this is the same thing. Ticket added, right? Yeah. So we should just do the same check. There we go. Oh, and this isn't being given the ticket, so we'll have to fix that too. Thank you for that follow. So we're given the ticket in addition to its ID, because we might need that for the filter. This is the body of the moderate ticket that was added. And goes there, and then that's happy, and then we need to include it here. Shoot, do we have a copy of the ticket somewhere here? Does this just pull it out? It just does. It just pulls it out. Look at that. I guess we can do the same thing. Why not? Fetch it straight from the moderation system. And then, okay, we have the ticket here, don't we? Yes, so ticket ID and ticket. Okay. I actually am getting tired, so it's probably a good thing that I need to go to this meeting soon. Okay, cool. Everything is passing, and I think I'm ready to do the front-end changes for this. So I'm going to go to Visual Studio because that's where I have conveniently set up to have it build a release build. And then I'm going to restart the game cluster and then work on the front-end stuff. So yeah, we actually run multiple copies of the game simultaneously. It's using the Raft consensus algorithm where one server is running the game and the other three are making copies of all of the game state, so that if the leader server were to crash, any one of these servers could keep the game going with very little downtime, like a few seconds. So that's why we're seeing a lot of information from different servers. It's really just copies of the same game server operating in one of three modes: follower, leader, or candidate. You only see them in candidate mode when they're voting for a leader. Waiting for this to build, and I'm killing time by describing it until it's done building. See, this is how you deal with how long it takes to build sometimes. You just fill in the gap in time with BS. I could also be answering questions if you guys have any. This shouldn't take too long to build, though. I could also just start looking at the front-end changes I gotta make. Okay, the front end of the game, let's just clear the board here. It's in player console source. Ultimately, what switches to a ticket is in the panel, which is views, activities, panels. There's a tickets panel, and it's if a ticket is selected. Okay, and if it is selected, we're going to show the details. So we can't select it until we get the details. That was the trick. So right now we select it right away in the session reducer, right? We set the selected ticket in a couple places, actually. Where do we actually select it? There's if we unselect. There we go. So this select ticket right now just stores it straight in because it's assuming we have all the information about the ticket already. So I need to change this into 2 steps. When we actually select the ticket, it's got to go to the server and say, I want to get the details for this ticket. And then once the server returns us those details, then we can put it in selected ticket, but not until then. Too many different bots? Oh, are you editing the command? That should have worked. Oh, you're right. You're expecting a answer from the bot. It did it. It just didn't give you an answer. And I still haven't done that yet. That's my fault playing with scissors. Didn't I make that a GitHub ticket so I wouldn't forget to do it eventually? So it'll get done. You'll get a whisper eventually. Yeah, everyone has their own bot, right? It's sort of like coming of age as a developer, a programmer on Twitch, is that you make your own bot. All right, is this done? It is done. So we're going to stop the cluster, update the code, and start it again. Today you learn Nightbot's editcom is broken. How so? It just doesn't work at all? So when the servers come up, they have to load, deserialize all of the game, and then they have to elect a leader. So the way that works in Raft is there's some period of delay, which is random for each server. So whichever one ends up with the smallest random number is going to time out first and start a new election. And then usually that same server will immediately get the majority vote, because the only way that a server won't get a vote is if another server thinks that it has a more up-to-date version of the state, or if it was a close tie, so to speak, like the other server timed out independently almost at the same time, then it will be voting for itself instead. And so usually one server will time out first, and no other server will time out before they all get vote requests. They all vote for that server. So server 12 won this time, and quickly after that, server 12 says what its current state is, and then all three servers say, "Yep, I'm up to date. We're caught up." And at that point on, any server can be contacted for the state of the game and get a pretty reasonably up-to-date copy of the game. So this won't work if I click this because this is broken, right? Right. So we can keep that running. So when I click a ticket, it's selecting it. So that is in the React in tickets.js. There is a prop. No, the other tickets. This is the middleware. I need the view. There is a. I keep closing it. No, I'm not closing it. I'm just confused. Where is the. Here it is. On select ticket, right? So that on select ticket is called when you click on any row. And that is mapped through React Redux to a dispatch of select ticket. So right now, I think it's in just one place, maybe two. It's in two places. So the session reducer will remember that you, so this is what we want to remove, because we don't want to select it right away. We want to request that the server give us information about it so then that we can select it. But we have to remember that we selected it, don't we? How would I remember what we've selected? And maybe I don't even need to. Maybe I just need to know that we have selected a ticket or not. What if I introduce a variable called ticket detail or show ticket detail? Yeah, let's do that. So select ticket will ask the server to give us details about the ticket, and then we'll remember that we asked for details. And then when it gives us the details, then we'll fill that in for selected ticket. Yeah, I like that idea. So that means I'm going to need another action, right? Actually, no. I don't think I do. I think I can, I just need another thing in this reducer, right? So like show ticket details and make it false to begin with, and select ticket. All it will do is set that to true. Show ticket details, true. And then I have to think about when is it set to false? It's set to false when you hit the back button, right? So selected ticket gets set back to null when you end the session. So sure, we should say show ticket details false. When we unselect it, yeah. Show false. What else? I guess that's it, right? We either end the session or we unselected the ticket. Yeah, okay. Oh, thank you for the follow. I gotta end soon. I don't know if I'll get this done in time. I'll probably pick this up tomorrow. So this is the reducer part where we just set it to true. So I also need to catch this in the middleware that will ask the game server for more details about the tickets. So I think that's under tickets. Yeah, so there's a select ticket here, right? So right now what it's doing is if we're basically if we're not an admin and we hadn't yet seen the if the server didn't think we'd seen the ticket before, we tell the server we've read up to that much of the history of the ticket. So actually we need to do this later once we get the data back. So I'm just gonna comment this out right now. Instead, we just want to go to the server and ask for details about that ticket, right? So it would be the same as what we do for set. Yeah, this one. Select this one exactly. Set ticket subscription. But we want to do it for every server, don't we? Oh, this is tricky, because if we're the admin, we want to do it for all servers we've authenticated to this thing. Okay, well, it can't be that hard. I can do this. I can say, if we have an admin key, then set it for everyone. Otherwise, set it for one of them, right? And I'll just fill in this detail right here. For now, that goes there. And so we're sending to some server. Subscribe to, the query will be details. And the ticket ID will be ticket.id, right? Okay. Yeah, so the else case is we don't specify server ID. So the common part here I can bring out. I can say const message equals that. And then I can just say message in both places. Right? Is that the correct number of... Hold on. I feel like I'm missing some syntax here. No, it's the correct amount of syntax. Okay, so... That's the problem. There are too many braces. Okay. So now when we select a ticket, we're just changing our subscription. So now it shouldn't break. It should just show one ticket until I flip back to the panel and it shows us every ticket. So now in addition to collecting details about one ticket, now when we oh, I have to remember something. This is different, isn't it? Shoot. All right, this is a little bit more complicated than I thought, because if a new server comes online and we are authenticated to it, we might be looking at a ticket, so we wouldn't want to do a summary. Shoot. We'll have to remember, are we looking at all of them, none of them, or one of them? It seems to me that I want to have, what do I want? Well, the panel being tickets or not tells us if we're looking at none or one or all. It's this case is different. And I decided to make that just a Boolean. What if I make that an actual integer? So we know what ticket we're wanting to look at. So then instead of false, maybe we make it null. And then make this one be action.id. Let me make sure. Is select ticket given ticket. Oh, so it's action.ticket.id. Is that what it used to be? It was the whole ticket before. Now it's just a ticket ID. Got it. Okay. So then this goes back to null. Okay. And then this maybe would change in the middleware to be depending on, so get, shoot. I should just get it out, shouldn't I? Const show ticket details is, so we need the get state. Yeah, and if we're getting the state, then I can just get the panel from the state directly anyway, don't I? Can't I? Yeah, because it'll all be reduced, so I don't actually need that anymore. Drop that. Pick up the panel directly from this get state. Const panel equals that. And then drop panel. Okay, so this is get state ticket. Tickets, or session. Show ticket details. There we go. So if the panel is tickets, then there's another level here, right? Is this none or not? If it's not falsy, it's details. Otherwise, it's summary. And then I want to add a ticket ID if that's truthy. It tells you the command did it successfully, but it's a lie. I already voted and not for you. Oh, for the raft stuff. How's that time mindfulness going? Not going so well. That 2 minutes. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to end it here, sort of abruptly. Sorry about that. I'm gonna finish this tomorrow. I need to get this back to running where it doesn't crash and I can look at the details of specific tickets and then flip back between the summary and the details. And then I'll test with various combinations of adding, removing, and changing tickets. You're getting your free dose of high right now. Hi, Anakim Luke. You just came in just in time because I gotta raid someone, because I gotta go to a meeting. And it used to be that I could look up who I'm following directly from my stream manager, but I can't do that anymore, so I gotta open up a new window here. Oh, let's go raid Honest Dan. Does that sound good to everybody? Sounds good to me. So yeah, I gotta run, and I'm seeing an ad. I don't know. He's only been streaming for 3 hours, so hopefully he's gonna still be streaming for a while. Hi, Rally Monkey. We're gonna go raid Honest Dan, and I gotta go to a meeting. So I will see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. And ooh, I didn't mute. Instead, I don't know what I'm doing in Twitch. I'm just gonna hope this works. Let's put in this raid. Honest Dan. I'm hitting the button. I have no idea what he's doing. He's probably working on one of his games. I'm still watching an ad, though. But anyway, hope to see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for being here. See ya. Bye.